How are you doing, you old bastard? Oh, and I can say bastard because we're not on Roku tonight. It's uncensored. You're except that you're muted.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. So I don't have to feel bad if I slip up. That's good, man.
Yep.
So tonight we're going to talk about someone who we're all familiar with. A lot of us talk to him, go to his show. We're going to talk about Stuart Schweigert. Okay. Born in 1980. Huh?
Gesundheit.
Oh, no. He was born in 1981. Played college football at Purdue. Came into the NFL 2004 to 2008. He was drafted by the Oakland Raiders. In his early years, well, you know what? I'm going to save some of them early years questions for the show. All right. Yep. But in college, he played at Purdue. Started his entire career. Big Ten champion his freshman year. Played 4 bowl games: the Rose Bowl, Sun Bowls, and Capital One Bowl. He collected 17 interceptions, besting his previous school career mark of 11 set by Rod Woodson at Purdue. Also played when he played for the Raiders. Well, you know what? Let's just get him on and ask him questions, because you know what? He was picked in the 3rd round by the Raiders, and his rookie year he put up 52 tackles, 43 solo, 3 pass deflections. The next year he went to 87 tackles, 70 solo, 17 assisted, 7 pass deflections, 2 interceptions against the Dolphins and the Chiefs. And he, in 2006, he amassed 107 tackles, 86 solo, 4 pass deflections. So, I mean, I watched Stuart play. I was there. I watched him play. So a lot of us who are not as old got to see him play. Played for other teams in the NFL after that, but Dirty 30 was, I think he was Tony Gonzalez's kryptonite. Tony Gonzalez hated playing against him. He would mess him up so bad. But yeah, you know what? Without further ado, Tony Gonzalez's kryptonite. Let's bring him in.
I can deal with that. In fact, Stu, do you mind us being over you, because I want to make sure that you are set off so that people can see you. But
that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah,
because I'm gonna make sure that when we run comments, we'll run them underneath as well, so this way you can see the comments come in and everybody can see Stu. And like I said, it is my pleasure. It is OG's pleasure. It is our pleasure to bring in Stuart Schweigert, the brash, awesome mofo that he is. And I haven't sworn yet.
No.
But that will go by the wayside pretty soon.
So I want to say thank you, first of all. Sorry about last week. I had some conflict issues with my schedule, so I'm happy to come on. As far as me getting involved in kind of the nation, as far as the social media, you guys have been guys that I've known from the very beginning, and guys who, much like me, I think respect the game because it deserves that respect. And I always appreciated the fact that you guys, you guys knew who the guys that were good and who the guys that were maybe not so good for the organization. So thanks for that great introduction, OG, and I'm happy to be here.
We got another guy who's much older OG than us. He's been following the team since 1960. Okay, his name's Ed Winchell. He called you a beast.
Oh, thanks, Ed. I appreciate that very much.
Mm.
How's he spell his last name? Because there was actually a kid I knew, Jade Winchell, who played at Ball State, who was a hell of a safety back in the mid-90s.
It's highlight Ed's comment there, Skipper.
There we go. Winchell.
That's one. That's not the one. Oh, here it is.
He looks familiar. I feel like I've seen him before.
Well, he was down in he's been associated with the Raiders off and on like forever. especially when during their time down in LA. Ed has was working in the advertising field, so you probably might have run into him.
Yeah, he looks familiar.
Yeah. Well,
I do want to take a moment, too, guys. I'm sure you guys know, but just a quick reference to Greg Jones, of the 66th Street Mob Grizz, who passed away. I know they had a ceremony, I think Sunday, but I actually on my YouTube channel I do have some of I shared them, but there's some clips from the 06 season, which was really, because that was that 06 year you talked about when you were talking about the introduction of my stats. Yeah, that was the year our defense was number 1 in pass defense. Our overall defense was 3rd in the NFL. I was 2nd in the NFL for safeties. I think you said 107. I thought I had 109, and I was 1 behind a guy named Chris Hope who had 110. So that was a good year, but we have a couple clips. In the 66th Street Mob, man, every time they'd send us off, and it didn't matter what time in the morning on Sunday, early Monday morning, they'd be out there cheering for us. So I always appreciated those guys, and so Greg Jones, rest in peace. And I just wanted to say that real quick. So
yeah, Godfather Grizz, like I said, he's in a better place now. Now I can see every Raider game, best seat in the house, and for sure on that. I want to say thanks also to Veronica Yim, my gal who is a Raiders, lives in Oakland, is a Niner fan, but is all as we go over here, and we are on the Elite Superfans channel at Facebook. So I invite everybody to come in to talk football, because
I like that.
Way it should be. So again, salute to my gal Veronica, and I also want to say a happy hello to Gravy, Top Shelf Oils. I was hooked up with the good package that OG had earlier, and I wanted to let him know I used your product today, and it is awesome as fuck. And there's my first swear for the night.
Oh yeah, no man, Gravy's got they call it Top Shelf. It's a good reason, man. He sent me that stuff when I had my big beard, and I used it. I'm just using it here now, but it just softens everything up, and
don't rub it in.
Good for your skin, man.
OG, don't rub it in right now. Don't rub that in, because Gravy, when he was going to send it, that's what I chose to shave it. But I got it back now, so send me some of that stuff, man. I want to try it out. I use, the stuff I get at Walmart. I want to use his stuff.
Oh yeah, I got some stuff from Walmart, and I threw it out after I got Gravy stuff. I tried it, and I was like, oh yeah, that Walmart stuff went in the trash.
What was it? A Bullfrog, I think, was one of the brands I used, and
I had a Viking. I had something called Viking, and it wasn't that great.
Well, I can attest that Gravy with Top Shelf Oils, awesome as fuck, and the smell, it's like it's a melon, like a melon smell. I'm sure if it's watermelon or something, but
there's a few different scents. There's a few different scents that are real nice. I love them. I like them because it doesn't smell girly. It smells like.
Oh yeah, I think the one I have, that's not his, but I think it's almost like sawdusty, kind of like a woody type smell,
like a sandalwood.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, Gravy, make sure you put a link in the chat, because PSP wants some for a hubby. This is what we do, man. We support each other.
Hell yeah.
We're gonna get some more folks on here. Like I said, 2 great people that will attest to the wonderfulness of your product.
Not just us. Not just us. There's a lot of guys who got it, who talk about how great it was. Dirty loves it. Dirty loves that stuff.
Does he have a vitamin supplement in his line of products by any chance?
I'm not sure. Gravy, you can answer that anytime we throw you a question out there. And this is the other thing. Like I said, this is the interactive stuff that we do. You got a
new member.
Yeah, you got questions. We're going to do it via the comments first. We're going to do it via the comments. Do the comments first, because that makes things a little less hectic. Because I'll pop into comments, and I want to say thank you as well to brand new member Jason Dean Hunter.
Hell yeah, welcome,
Jason Dean. Thank you for becoming a member of my YouTube channel. One of these days, I'll get some more folks in there. My goal is to get OG up to $1,000. And my goal up to $2,000.
Where are you guys?
Oh, I'm
I'm
about.
at
Yeah, go ahead, OG.
I'm at 528, and I'm holding because I've not been putting out anything this month except for this show.
Yeah.
I'm going to ramp it back up starting next month, but I just needed a break, man, because my work schedule expanded and I had to get used to the schedule. I'm starting to get used to it, so I know by August 1st I'll be ready to go back.
How you feeling? How you feeling?
I've been taking the vitamin supplements, so I haven't been having the what is it, that the fatigue as much. Like it's been, and it hasn't been as bad. So I've been doing all my vitamin supplements, moving around, doing all this stuff, just getting my. I took your advice.
Good. Well, I'm glad you're doing good. And I gotta think pretty much. I probably know most of the people in the chat area, right? I would think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You probably do.
You know a lot of them. You would know a lot of them. That's for sure. And Jason Dean obviously is a Notre Dame homer, but he's a avid, staunch, obviously Raider. So,
well, I had probably, if you look at my 4-year Purdue career and you take each team and just take all the games and lump them in, I probably had the best performances against Notre Dame. That was always a school that I really wanted to perform well. It was a big rivalry for us for the Shillelagh. I was upset when they took Notre Dame off the schedule because that was they had been playing since I think the 1800s. You know what I mean? So it was always a really cool game, and when they took it off the schedule, I thought that kind of hurt. So that's a big rivalry.
And Benjamin wants to know if we're on Roku. Not tonight.
No fucking way. Not tonight.
Oh, are you guys on Roku normally?
Well,
yeah, but we have to watch our language. And I was like, we're gonna have fucking Stu Schweigert on here. We can't do that.
Yeah.
Hey, this show is I want to start getting a little more not serious, but I want to be to where we have fun when we have fun, but you guys run a pretty respectable show, and I don't want to.
Right.
Yeah.
And the only reason why I
but it's too late now.
Is I wanted to make sure that if you had a slip and if OG had a slip, that it was definitely not something I have to go to the parents, my bosses too. So,
oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh gosh. Okay.
No worry. Now we could do this again straight and narrow, but and if we keep it somewhat relatively.
No, because I feel like if you look at
we already screwed that up, Captain.
Yeah, but if we don't swear too much, I can go back and then I can cut this out and resend it on another show.
If you look at the normal characters that we're usually communicating with, I would say that sometimes I like to have a little more, I don't want this to sound bad, more of an intellectual conversation.
No.
So so I'm looking forward to talk to you guys and be a little bit more serious and be a little bit more respectable of the game and people. So
okay, we were always respectful of that. In fact, that's the one thing we're going to talk about. You heard the setup, and again, you said it yourself, and it's one of the great segues that we had. By the way, folks, if you're watching this show, and I'm going to try to go over to Twitter in a little bit to push this so we get more people on here as well.
I shared it out on my social media yesterday.
Push this out because, again, OG and I bring you quality stuff, and I like to make sure that you see this because we get as many of the greats in Raider Nation out here, and we strive to do more. We strive to do more. So I want to get those totals up, and I will say this: that unfortunately, I was not selected to be the play-by-play voice for the Raiders, but my congratulations to, I think his name is Josh Horowitz. Yeah, Josh Horowitz. Congratulations to Josh Horowitz because he said that he always had a dream to do that. He went to Syracuse, and the Syracuse program is fantastic for putting out great media guys. So for just based upon credentials, the Raiders got an awesome play-by-play guy, and he's going to be sitting next to Lincoln Kennedy. So, yes, he took the job of my dreams, but apparently that was a job of his dreams as well. So, congratulations to Josh Horowitz on his job with the Raiders for doing play-by-play this year.
I'm always amazed at the synchronicities in life, because you say Syracuse and Purdue travels to Syracuse this season, and I'm going to go through. My buddy Kelly is going to come fly into Purdue. I'm going to drive to Cincinnati and pick up Johnny Morant, who played. He was in my draft class, receiver from Syracuse.
Yep.
A former linebacker of mine that I played with at Purdue, who played for the Cincinnati Bengals and Lions, Landon Johnson. But we're going to go up to Cincinnati and go to that game. I think it's in maybe August or whatever. So I'm kind of excited to go up there.
See, I'm from upstate New York, man. Syracuse is the place, the school. And like Chandler Jones played at Syracuse. But screw all that. Let's get to Stuart Schweigert.
Yeah, let's do that.
All right. So we got you on here. It's time for the interrogation and the background check. Okay, Stu. So let me ask him. Okay. Let's start with the early years. You played safety at Saginaw Heritage High School in Saginaw, Michigan. You, as a senior, you were ranked as the number 9 defensive back and number 78 player overall in the nation by Prep Football Focus. You were ranked 18th best skill athlete by Super Prep, and a 4-star recruit by Rivals.com. Okay. Let's talk about Saginaw, Michigan. You grew up there?
So again, synchronicities. My best friend, Daryl Sly when I say best friend, I really do have probably 10 best friends. And we started hanging out in 2nd or 3rd grade, and we still hang out to this day. But he actually has a podcast that he started. I kind of talked him into it a little, or I guess, would you call it a podcast if it's a stream? But whatever. He puts it up on YouTube, and it's called Sag Nasty. And I did about a 7-hour interview with him, and that was his first question was, what when you think of Saginaw, what do you think of? And very blue collar. It's a great multicultural industrial city. It started off as being a big lumber back in the late 1800s. It was known for its lumber. And then obviously the highway I-75, which goes through Detroit, Flint, and Saginaw, that's all the auto industry. So a lot of auto workers, and that really brought revenue. And unfortunately, the later 2000s, when that fell out, it has not been able to recover. But again, and Saginaw I'm not going to say it was like a tough place, but you had to fend for yourself. I was fortunate because it allowed me to, at an early age, be around many different races, religions, financial backgrounds. My father owned a gym called Old Town Gym and Equipment, and it was half the equipment he welded himself, so nothing mash. It was an old school powerlifting gym.
Wow.
He was also a deputy sheriff for 26 years. So I remember my father would take me into the jail sometimes, and all the inmates, Big Stu. And he had a lot of respect. And then a lot of them became my fans. I'd go with it, have my news clippings and stuff like that. So my dad's gym was made up of, there'd be doctors and attorneys and deputy sheriffs, but half of it was, gangbangers and guys that were in the jail and met my dad through being incarcerated. And so my father always told me, so, he said, son, I don't care if it's one of the worst inmates or the janitor of the prison or the sheriff who runs everything, you treat everybody with respect. And regardless of what they've done in the past, you can't hold something against that person that you weren't a part of, right? You don't know the situation. So everybody, I just remember growing up in that gym environment, and you had, again, like I said, cops talking to gang members, and there was no talk of race. There was no talk of all the stuff people talk about now. And all I saw was a bunch of different people coming together and working hard. And it was a huge advantage for me to to get that early, because obviously the position I played, I was typically only the white guy in the room, and I was comfortable because I was exposed to different cultures growing up. So Saginaw is you'll see me, guys. I mean, the people who know me, I mean, I'm always, guess where he's from, guess where he's from, guess where he's from. Jason Richardson, Lamar Woodley, Darvin Ham, who's now the head coach of the LA Lakers, is from Saginaw. Draymond Green, Terry McDaniel, another Raider. Well, yeah, here's what's kind of crazy is a town of, I don't know what the population is, maybe 45,000. We've had me, Lamar Woodley, and Terry McDaniel all play for the Raiders. You think like the chances of one of us playing for them, let alone three of us, is kind of spectacular. So a lot of connections from Saginaw to the Bay Area, and but it's you go to work, you come home, there's a bar and church on every corner, so I grew up, we enjoyed our beer every graduation, birthday, any celebration. There's always going to be a keg there or something like that. So again, it was a very, it wasn't like, again, I didn't grow up poor, but my parents got divorced when I was in third grade, and I have four older siblings. They have a different father. So when my parents got divorced, my mom had to go back to work, and the friends that I hung out with, they're all from single family homes as well. So it was just normal for us we had to cook and clean and do our own stuff, find our own rides. And if we weren't doing it, no one else was, because, so it made us independent. And I have a lot of pride for it. And it's a town that has a lot of, when I go back, it's the respect I have. And during my eras back then, again, running track against Charles Rogers, we would have 6,000 or 7,000 people to watch us run a dual track meet on a Tuesday. You'd have Nick Saban and Barry Alvarez and Joe Tiller and Joe Paterno in the stands. And it was amazing the amount of athletes that came through there. And I always say this as well, as you're only as good as your competition. And having those guys around, we just made each other better. If I went over the amount of guys that made it, I think in my senior year, the Saginaw Valley League, there was like 76 college football players in that league at that time. And I had won MVP of the league. And on my YouTube channel, I was inducted to the Saginaw County Sports Hall of Fame, and I have about a 20-minute speech, and it really goes into kind of what you guys are asking right now. So if anyone's interested, I check it out, and you'll get a really good understanding of how I feel about Saginaw and my upbringing.
See, I think I just learned more about you in that last couple of minutes than I've gotten to learn about you in the last.
Because we've never really talked about that, really.
Right, and thank you for that. I think the audience appreciates that too.
And I'll have a link. I'll have a link to that. My buddy's also his Sag Nasty thing, but that is all like we talk about, like elementary and some of my first games, and the fact that my dad wasn't around a lot because he was working, and my brother Johnny was kind of more of my dad. And just it's really cool to be able to kind of get to know like me from a different perspective. My mother, she liked antiques, right? So we had one of those old clawed tubs, right? Like the not glass, but
those things are expensive as hell now.
Yes.
I love those things.
So I didn't have a shower growing up, and we had to take baths, but we would, all right, who's next? Who's getting in the water next? Because you fill it up once, and everyone, I know it sounds kind of nasty, but we all used that water. It was about an 800 square foot home with 7 of us in it at one point. And it was, again, I had older siblings, but they were quite a bit older. So when I was growing up, they were already, they were having families of their own, and they were in college. And so again, when my parents separated, I was pretty much at the house by myself quite a bit, or my buddies, right? My buddies. But yeah, that house, we just recently, I tried to hold on to it as much as I could, but I ended up buying it for my mother, and she lived there for a bit. And then she moved out because she didn't like living alone. So she moved in with my sister. Actually, my youngest sister to me is 9 years older than me, Jenny. She has MS. But I have a brother, Johnny, a brother, Troy, a sister, Lisa. We have 16 nieces and nephews. All of my brothers, my two brothers played college football at Northwood University in Midland, which is in the GLIAC conference. My father's from South Dakota. And actually why I have this Alzado jersey, and I've said this before, I'm sure you guys have heard me say this, but this was the first football player I remember knowing because my dad is from Pierre, which is the capital of South Dakota, but he played at Yankton College. And when Lyle Alzado left Yankton, my dad filled his spot at defensive end. So I always remember my dad talking about Lyle Alzado. But my dad's in the Hall of Fame there at Yankton. It's not there anymore. I think it's a prison now, I think. But he was inducted a couple years ago into the Yankton Hall of Fame. And my sisters were gymnasts. My mom, she didn't play any sports because she was more of a girly girl. My mom was, when they had me, my mom was 38 with 4 kids, and my dad was 26. So I remember talking to my dad. I said, Dad, what, God, 38-year-old woman with 4 kids? I mean, I think my oldest sister was only like 9 years younger than my dad at the time. And he said, well, Stu, he said, your mother was a hot piece of butt. You know what I mean? But he used the other term, and I'm like, okay, thanks, Dad. And then he also said that she had good breeding hips. So yeah, that was my dad's pickup line was you have good breeding hips. And, you know, apparently it's true, but it's amazing. So me, my 4 older siblings all went to 4-year universities. They weren't on scholarship. I was, but they all paid. They all graduated. They all paid. They're all still in their marriages, and all of the grandchildren, at this point, all of them have gone through. Mine are kind of the younger ones because I was the youngest, but the older ones, they all played college sports. They're all very successful. And you think in a big family like that, would probably be the one that probably got the most trouble if you want to like look at it, but we still talk to each other. No one owes any of them. You know, no one owes anyone money. My mother is having some health issues. She's 81 now, and she's starting to struggle a little bit. But this weekend coming up, my nephew's getting married in Muncie, Indiana, and then we're actually renting. We got a big van, those 12-passenger like GMCs, and we're going to take the family to the wedding, and then we're going to drive out to South Dakota to visit my grandmother, who is Juanita. My dad's mom is still alive at 91. My grandfather, his dad passed away a couple years ago, but his sister, my aunt's still out there, a cousin's out there, and we're going to get a pontoon boat, go up and down the Missouri River and go shoot some prairie dogs. And we always enjoy going back. So we'll be doing that this weekend, but
that's awesome. That sounds like a fun weekend.
It'll be fun.
You brought up Charles Rogers earlier, and you won the Michigan State champion in the 100 meters and with a time of 10.45, defeating Charles Rogers. He was a speed receiver, wasn't he?
So I'm glad you brought that up because there is no Stuart Schweigert without Charles Rogers. There is no Charles Rogers without Stuart Schweigert. We, since 9th grade, on the basketball court, on the track, and in football, competed against each other. Now, he probably early on had probably a little bit more of a successful. I mean, he was more. People knew him a little bit more. When we started battling, and my sophomore year, my name was getting up there a little bit, but he was the best natural athlete I've ever competed against. And you're talking, and again, I've been very lucky to play with Tim Brown, Jerry Rice, Randy Moss, Jerry Porter, these guys. I mean, some really, really talented Charles Woodson and Namdi, and Charles Rogers could do anything, but he knowing that we were competing against each other, like that really solidified me as an athlete, right? I mean, basically me beating him in that 100-meter dash would be like some white guy coming out and beating Usain Bolt. Like, I mean, it was like that. Like, he won everything. He did the 200, won the 200 as a sophomore, won the 100, decided to run the 400 as a junior and won it, right? So, and then for me, 6'3", 195, 200 pounds, white kid from the Midwest. Here's what it is. He's smart, right? Gonna do well in the classroom, good leader, tough, not that fast, not that athletic. It's just not only that, but just being in the North, right? So I always had to prove that I was fast and athletic, and it always bothered me when you're fast for a white guy, and I'm like, man, I'm fast for a human being, right? And when I won it in my junior year, the fastest time ever ran at a state meet, I was the first white guy to win since 1956. And when you look at it, the play that I had, my size, my stats, but when I beat him, it was like, I mean, that was a huge moment for me. Probably one of my proudest accomplishments was beating him. And here's the thing with Charles, we became close. And here's the thing. I'm on the west side of the county. They're on the east side, and it's rough. I mean, it's predominantly, I think, almost 99% African American. It's a tough area. Like, there wasn't a whole lot of mixing between heritage kids and Saginaw High kids. Like, it just you didn't see it. And I remember I think it was his sophomore year, he got stabbed by a girlfriend with a barbecue fork. And it had punctured a lung. And I was at my dad's gym, and I heard the news, and the hospital was just right down there. I said, Dad, well, what if I went and visited him? He goes, yeah, go down there. And, we competed, but we never really talked on a personal level. So I go in there, and I said, I'm here to see Charles Rogers. And they said, well, do you know if he's expecting you? I said, no, he's not. So she called up, and, Mr. Rogers, he said, yeah. I said, there's a visitor here. Who is it? And he said, what's your name? And I said, Stuart Schweigert. And he goes, oh, man, send that motherfucker up, man. And so I went up there, and we just became very, 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 very good competitors, right? I mean, it brought a town that can be segregated at times. It brought us together. I mean, it was a big deal, man. I mean, for us to go and compete against each other, 12,000 people at a football game. And then just like on the track, we'd go to these meets, and between Saginaw High and Heritage, we'd almost win every event. And these people are like, what's going on up there? You know what I mean? So for me to prove that I was able to compete at the safety level at a Big Ten school, right? Again, white guy. I'm not fast enough. I'm not athletic enough, right? That was undeniable.
So
right?
basically,
that was a moment.
Basically, you were racially discriminated against by white writers for being white.
Oh, white writers, white coaches, white recruits. It's almost similar to the black quarterback, right? Well, he's athletic, he's this, but can he pick up the playbook? Can he read a defense? It's like, well, Stu's smart and he's tough, but can he cover a guy? Is he fast enough? You know what I'm saying? Is he athletic enough? And it's just that followed me my whole entire career.
So this is a white stereotype of a white man by white men.
Absolutely.
That's insane.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just like you go and you take kids, right? And let's say if you're just doing pickup basketball, right? If they don't even know who the black kid is, they're going to pick them over some of the white guys just because you just have that perception of they're better athletes, and
wow.
It was what
I said. Wow, the stigmas.
Well, no, so it was always, and this bothered me a little bit too. man, Stu, man, you're, for a white boy, you're fat. You must have black in you. You must have black in you. And that always was something that, I had a chip on my shoulder because of it. You know what I'm saying? Like I wanted to prove, and here was the other thing so me, like, looking at, I was more of a basketball guy, early on. My favorite player was Dan Marley. He's from Central Michigan. He's from Traverse City, Michigan. Went to Central Michigan, and a cousin of mine was friends with him. So I remember my brother talking about this Dan Marley. So I remember watching, the 91 Suns, and that's why I wore number 9. My real number is 9. That's what I wore in high school, and that's what I wore at college. But then obviously, now you can wear whatever. But for us as a DB, you could wear 20 through 49. So I couldn't wear 9, right? But I was more of a basketball guy. I looked at Dan Marley. I go, well, that guy kind of looks like me, right? Like I can see myself being Dan Marley. It's a little bit different trying to picture yourself. Because when I first started playing football, I was a running back and a corner. It's a little different to picture myself in the NFL as a white running back, because there just wasn't, there's just not any, you know what I mean? It's almost like you're looking at it going, God, I don't know if that's going to be something that I could even imagine me doing. So I always tried to break that stereotype. I always tried to be the, like, well, you're just a normal dude. You know what I mean? Like, I like to go back and speak to the youth. I have a nonprofit, but I always like the fact that I'm coming back. I'm talking to the kids in the school that I was, and there's a kid that goes, man, if he can do it, I got a chance at doing it. You know what I mean? But if you can't picture yourself up there, and it's not something that's really not ordinary, but something that you see, it's just hard for yourself to picture you doing it, right? So I always tried to break those stereotypes. I just remember, and I don't want to turn this into a racial thing, but it was a part of my career. But growing up in that Saginaw area, man, I mean, if I'm going somewhere else in the state where it's predominantly white, again, they're going to go, well, who's he competing against? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, he's great out there, but who are the guys he's competing against? And then I may not have worked as hard because it would have been easier for me just to naturally outrun everyone else, but going up there where I was definitely the minority, I mean, you had to be tough to earn the respect of those guys. And that's probably one of the things I enjoy the most when I go back, is just the respect that I get from the East Side, like I get respected more by the Saginaw High and Arthur Hill people than I do even the township people where I grew up, so.
I understand your point of view completely on that last one, Stuart. I was a half Puerto Rican kid, grew up in a small town. It was Puerto Rican, black and white, and everybody stayed away from each other. It was weird.
Yep.
It was not diverse. I moved to another town, and it was mostly black and white and Asian. And I was always the first guy picked on the baseball. Oh, he's Puerto Rican. He must be good at baseball.
Cuban, Puerto Rican, yeah.
And in football, they wouldn't pick me until the last. Thing is, I can play baseball. When I played football, though, I was fast. I was a wide receiver, man. And they'd be throwing to me a lot, but I'd break that.
You know what's funny? So, when I played, I mean, me and Sean Taylor were, I think, two of the biggest safeties in the NFL. 6'3". I was 6'3", 218 at the combine. He was 6'4", probably 230. But even when I would go out with, like, my teammates in college, I was always like, when they'd go in the club, they'd always say, whoa, where are you going? I'm with them. Like, what are you, the kicker? Or what are you, the agent? Like, always. You know what I mean? And it's like, I'm not a little guy, but automatically it's just, you're the kicker or you're the quarterback. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, that's what it is. So it just, but again, I took pride in that because it was a uniqueness. It was something that you don't see a lot. And to earn the respect of my teammates meant a lot to me because it's not easy to do. And they're not just going to give their respect to some freaking white dude that's in there. Right. I mean, so I take a lot of pride in that. And it's just nice because I'm able to, to fit in really anywhere. I can relate and understand how to put myself in somebody else's shoes. You know, you're never automatically going to know, but at least getting around other cultures and seeing some of their concerns from firsthand experience, it's a totally different perspective. And I'm very fortunate to have grown up in that area. But again, Charles Rogers, on my channel, guys, you can see the 100-meter dash is on there. But again, we competed at college. He was he won the Blitnikoff. He had the record before Fitzgerald broke it of most games with touchdowns. Number 2 draft pick to the Lions, and 2 years in a row broke his collarbone. During that time, he liked to smoke marijuana, which is legal now, but he peed dirty and got put in the program. Then he got hurt again and had a little opioid addiction or problem and got labeled a bust. And we just, watching the Jamarcus Russell interview, which I would like to talk about because there's some points in that the guys that were doing the interview, I don't know, man. I want to talk about that.
We got all night, but I got a word in edgewise. Oh my God. So I can actually tell you, Stu, that we have your buddy backstage ready to come in. So
who's in there? Who is it?
Well, it's the only other person that you hopefully gave the link to.
Well, there's another one. Kelly Butler I sent the link to as well. But is it Chris? Sorry, go ahead. I don't know who it is.
Well, who's Showtime?
Okay.
So I just wanted to let you know.
Pull him up. Pull him up.
Well, I haven't been able to tell you.
Well, fuck. Well, it's because the OG won't shut the fuck up.
Yeah, and I told him, I said, I'm just trying to get a word, let them stop talking so I can bring you on.
That's the thing. That I'm controlling the narrative. I'm not letting you guys, get to ask me some asshole questions. No, I'm
going to get there.
But without further ado, and I'm not sure if he's got his camera ready, but I will bring in Showtime. But yeah, there might be some camera issues. We've got the spinning circle of death.
Come on, man. CJ, what the hell?
Yeah, CJ. Yeah.
Well,
I'm not sure. Hey, I'm gonna talk. You guys go back again. I'm gonna talk with him backstage, and we'll go from there. But go ahead, and we'll come back.
So again, that so Rogers being labeled the bust, he couldn't shake it. He was very prideful and to make it the way that we did from the area that we came from, to be the number 2 overall pick, only playing 2 years of college, and then basically having an injury that it wasn't his first game. I think he had 2 or 3 touchdowns, but again, in the NFL, sometimes it's just getting into the good situation makes a guy's career. The best players don't always play, but again, people burning his jersey, he's this and he's this and he's that, and he couldn't shake it. And as you can see, it's an epidemic that we're seeing more and more. Instead of talking to people about his issues, the stress, the fact of being labeled a bust, the fact of you're having the mental issues, the fact of you're trying to find the next part of your life. He basically self-medicated, and 2 years ago he passed away. And I talked to him 2 days before he passed away, and it was just when that happened, a reality came to me where I'm going, if Charles Rogers can, Mr. Everything, actually here, I want to show you guys this. But when he passed away, guys, again, for many years, I told you guys that I couldn't even watch the NFL. I didn't wear anything Raiders. I didn't talk to anyone from the Raiders. I had never been back. Nothing. I'm not reaching out to anyone. I'm sitting there going, why aren't they calling me? You know what I mean? How come I don't know anyone calls me? And it's the pity party for Stuart deal, right? But when he passed away, I said, man, you know what? I didn't have the relationship I should have because I thought we had so much more time. And if there was anybody that me and him would call that really truly knew the situation that we're in because we lived it together, we would finish each other's sentences, right? I mean, like sometimes I talk about things and it's hard for you guys to put because you just can't, you've never been there, right? I mean, just like your job, I wouldn't be able to relate to it, right? But me and Rogers were just so close. And when he passed away, I said, you know what? I said, Stuart, start calling people, get back in the relationships, get yourself back. And it was more of, I wanted to make sure that my friends were doing okay, and then that's when I was talking to Isaiah Ikajuba, and he says that he was going to the Raiders games. And I'm thinking, wait, you go back there? He's like, yeah. I'm like, the fans don't throw shit at you and call you, loser. And, they don't like, he's like, what are you talking about? He's like, no, dude, like they love us. And I was like, because again, I had some issues with some fans my last year, but again, a couple people, that's all I thought. That was the whole Raider Nation, right? Like,
no,
you highlight the negative things.
You were injured.
Well, no. So I did have a calf issue, and I do want to talk about that last year. But again, though, I let my ego and the fact that I was, for the first time in my career, things just weren't perfect, right? Like I was seeing some negative things from the coaches or whatever. I let that was all I focused on, right? Because in football, you don't highlight the good stuff. It's always what you did wrong and how can we correct it, But that death of Rogers, and I'm glad you brought him up because he's a big part of my story, and I talk about him whenever I can, and I'm very happy him and Lamar Woodley are actually getting inducted to the Saginaw County Hall of Fame this fall, which I'm going to go back for it. But again, yeah. So that was so I don't know where I'm going with this, but yeah, okay.
It was a big turning point in your life.
That's what it was. Yes, that 3 years ago, and getting back involved and coming on here. I mean, having the relationship and hearing the fans like pay respect to my craft, right? I mean, that was my goal. I wanted to make sure that I was making everybody proud to come watch me play at all levels. I knew that it's not, when you have that number on, that's not your number. Like when you go into that game, you have everyone who's ever worn that number going into that game with you, and anyone who was a fan of that guy and a family member of that guy. Mm-hmm. And the last thing I was ever going to want to do is someone to go, that dude's out there bullshitting. Are we going to win every game? No. Am I going to make every play? No. Those guys are professionals too. But it's hard pressed to have somebody say it and have proof of saying Stuart bullshitted this game. And I left it out.
You were dirty 30, bro.
That's right. The butcher. But
okay.
I was not a dirty player. I say dirty 30.
But they called you dirty 30. They called you the butcher. Yeah, you used to tag motherfuckers so hard that was legal back then and take their souls. And
for me,
the fans know. The fans who watched know.
And I'll tell you that literally saved my life, because I think that's kind of the last straw when you see these guys, where they're sitting there and they're going, I don't have, you start to believe it, right? You start to believe in what people are saying, and you really do feel like I wouldn't even bring up that I played for the Raiders, because right away, well, I never heard of you, right? Or you only played 5 years, and it's like, well, I think average now is like 1.9.
Well, it was 3. But
it used to be, it was 2.3, I think it was, or 3.2, something like that. But it was like I had to be embarrassed that not only did I make it in the NFL, but since I didn't make a Hall of Fame, since I didn't go to a Pro Bowl, and since I didn't win a Super Bowl, I was shit. You know what I mean? Like that's how it was. But now coming and talking to actually people who know the game, respect it, it brought something into my life that had been missing for a long time. I'm sitting here going, Stuart, you played for the most recognized organization. Everyone wears that fucking shield. You played for them and you don't have one pair of Raiders gear. And I'm like, what am I doing? This is so fucking stupid. And Isaiah Ekajuba said, Stuart, get over it. Get over it. And then again, coming on here and talking to you guys, like it was a huge anxiety depleter, and it was life changing. My life's never been better with my family, my relationship with my wife. I get to talk football. You know, I love it. I get to interact. But again, I get to do it from the safety of my own home, you know, because with the anxiety stuff and that type of thing, I don't like leaving the house. I don't trust a whole lot of people because that people can be assholes, man. They really can.
Yeah. But here's the thing. I remember, I mean, I watched you play. Okay. I watched you play. A lot of guys on here probably watched you play. And like Aunt Six and Ed Winchell and all the guys that are in their 40s and 50s watched you play. 30s maybe. But dude, my favorite play was when you intercepted Gus Frerotte.
Yeah.
Took it to the 30. You got tagged yourself by, I think, an offensive lineman.
It was a tight end, and it was God darn it, Kirk Morrison. I saw Kirk here, and he like blocked his body. I didn't see that guy, and he wasn't looking. And all of a sudden he came out of nowhere. I was trying to take that thing to the house, but
right. And I thought you were going to, and all of a sudden, bam! Whoa, wait, where did he come from?
So that game was a big game for me because Nick Saban was the head coach, and I was going probably to Michigan State because Nick Saban recruited me when he was at Michigan State, and my senior years when he left to go to LSU, and then Bobby Williams came around. So I had a ton of respect for Nick Saban, and I actually got a chance to talk to him before the game. And Nick Saban had a Nick Saban football camp, a one-day camp, right? And it was a recruiting camp. You know, he just invited the top guys they want. You know, like Charles Rogers was there and all those guys. And I remember me and my dad went down there, and Nick Saban, 8:00 in the morning, pulls up at the golf cart. Says, Mr. Schweigert, come with me. He personally drove my dad around and gave him a private tour of Michigan State. They went back to his house, had a couple beers, and my dad said, Stu, this guy wants you, man. And he was the first coach out of all the visits that I'd ever seen on the defensive side of the ball. And not only that, he was with the defensive backs because he came from Cleveland where he was a defensive back coach. So I'm sitting here going, dude, this is if I want to make it in the NFL, this is the place to go because I'm going to learn from a guy who knows how to get there, right? So that game against Miami, I think I had 12 tackles. I had a forced fumble recovery, interception, and I had a forced fumble on Ronnie Brown, who was a running back. That's probably one of the toughest running backs I played against. He wasn't big, but he was just strong. He was a tough competitor who I have a ton of respect for, but but again, you know what? We lost. So if you even look at the highlights of that game, they don't show any of my plays. None of them. Because they just show the 1 minute, minute highlight, they just show their touchdowns.
I remember seeing that interception. I was like, go, motherfucker, go. I was yelling at you. But you know what?
Go!
Yeah. George, Ed Winchell just mentioned something in the chat. He said, George Atkinson always spoke so highly of you. Okay? And he also said, Rod Woodson in college, you shattered his college record of interceptions. Great job. Good job. So, dude, you now understand how the nation embraces you. It ain't like you had to work through the stuff that was in your own mind about what the coaches or whatever the media said. But the thing is, the fans are still fans.
Well, see, that's the thing, because that's what that year that was really the reason I left was because of the fans. Because I said, you know what, I've always been the fan favorite. Oh, I mean, even when I'm going to do this. You guys hold on one second. I want to I think you guys will appreciate this, and it'll give a point to where I'm going as far as popularity. But so this book came out, and it's the 100 things Purdue fans should know and do before they die. So this company goes to universities and they get local people to do like the top 100, like, you know, so for instance, it talks about Rod Woodson and Drew Brees and John Wooden, what a Boilermaker is, Gene Katie. And I have a chapter, and it's just a couple of pages that I hope, do you guys mind if I read it?
No. Hey,
Go
this is
for it.
your show.
Okay, so here we go. And I always took time to sign every single autograph that I could, because without the fans, there wouldn't be a game. So I always wanted to make sure that I gave them the respect that they deserved. It
I
doesn't
like
mean
Carlos.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I like Carlos's comment. 28 years old, so I was too young to remember the roster, but I watched your videos, Stu.
And you know what? I actually have some cool from 04 and 05 like interviews and stuff that I did during that, and they're on my YouTube channel as well. So
Yep.
but here it is. Next to Drew Brees, it is fair to say, because Drew Brees was a senior when I was a freshman, so he was the offensive Big Ten Player of the Year, and I was the Big Ten Freshman of the Year in that 2000. Next to Drew Brees, it is fair to say that most popular Purdue football player of Joe Tiller's era was Stuart Schweigert. Fans roared "Stu" whenever the free safety made a big play from 2000 to 03, which was often. Schweigert set the school record with 17 interceptions and was the Boilermakers' leading tackler during 2 seasons. So my freshman and sophomore year, I led the team in tackles and interceptions. And I actually tied Rod Woodson's interception record my sophomore year. And I think I'm 5th all time in the Big Ten as far as it goes. And then I think I'm 2nd all time for tackles. But anyways, so again, Rod Woodson is a mentor of mine, one of the greatest players you could ever, one of the greatest men. And again, to be able to be associated with guys like that helps immensely a career. I mean, that legitimizes, again, well, oh, he's at Purdue. Who the fuck, you know, who's at Purdue? Oh, Rod Woodson? It's like, oh, okay. You know what I mean? His engaging personality was icing on the cake, not to mention his charming smile and wavy brown hair. He was the ultimate big man on campus. You like that one, OG? He's got the whole package, Purdue quarterback Kyle Orton said. He's a hard worker, big effort guy. He's a smart guy, and he also has the physical talent. You put all that stuff together, and he's just a great player. Highly recruited out of Saginaw, Michigan, Schweigert chose the Boilermakers over Michigan State. The 6'3", 4.4 second speeder was a high school quarterback and safety, but immediately found a home on defense in college. So I was all-state quarterback and all-state safety in high school. We ran the option. So I was more like, like an Eric Crouch type quarterback. On the Boilermakers Big Ten Championship and Rose Bowl team in 2000, Schweigert was named a freshman All-American and the Big Ten Freshman of the Year. His team-leading 5 interceptions were the most by a true freshman in school history. He also topped the team with 85 tackles, the first freshman to do so since Kevin Motz in 76. Stu had an instant impact when he came to Purdue, Tiller said. One of the things that changed was the elimination of long runs by our opponents. He was an exceptional open field tackler. And that always bothered me when people would towards the end again, would question my tackling ability. And I understand it because I'm the last guy there. So it may not even be my play, but I played with a mentality. I had a saying, if it's going to be, it's up to me. I wasn't waiting for someone else to make the tackle, right? Coach Kenny Green at Purdue is a huge reason. He taught me how to be a safety. I played safety in high school, but I was just running around back. I didn't even know how to backpedal when I got to Purdue. But he taught me how to read the offensive line for run or pass. He taught me how to be aggressive, how to tackle. But he said, Stu, he goes, the good players, about every 5 or 6 plays, are involved in a play. You know, they're getting a statistic, a half a tackle, an intercept, something, right? But he goes, the great ones, which I think you can be, it's about every 2 to 3, maybe even every 1 to 2. So that was my mentality. I was trying to make every single play. And you always hear this too. Well, if your safety's leading the team in tackles, it's not a good thing. That's not true. If your safety knows how to read that line of scrimmage for run or pass, situational football, down and distances, formations, and the want to get there, he can make plays. So, for instance, like I'm thinking of the Green Bay game where I had an interception against Brett Favre. There was another play where the receiver did like this over route and caught it. I'm way on the other side of the field, but again, I'm trying to make every play. A normal player probably wouldn't even hustle over there, but I'm running over there, but I get there just in time for him to dive in the end zone. But that's the picture you see on the newspaper. That's the play you see, and you're going, Jesus Christ, this fucking Stu. Like, who is this white safety for? No wonder they suck. You know what I mean? I think my 06 year, I think I missed 7 tackles the entire season. I mean, we see guys miss 7 in one half of football. And I'm playing 17 yards deep.
You played sideline to sideline.
And
you
I'm making one-on-one tackles.
Open field tackler.
Those.
Here's the thing, Stu. I think your biggest weakness was listening to the fucking media.
Well, so it wasn't me listening to the media. What had happened was, because I was always a guy where I don't want to say I used the media, but I wanted to be the guy that people saw, that fans, you know, because you don't get a chance to see us, right? Because we don't even look like, where they look like robots out there with the helmets on and everything. I wanted to be the one that if people are reading my name in the papers, the people are talking about me, that's how you get to show your personality. That's how you get fans. So I wanted to address the media. You know, I wanted to be a guy that was, that the fans saw and got to know and had a little more like, because if you like somebody, it's kind of hard to motherfuck them. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's tough if you like the guy. Right. So it wasn't the media. It was, again, I'm skipping around here, but that last year, our defense, there was more long runs than usual. Right. And I was very easy to go, well, it's him, you know, and that year I did probably miss 3 or 4 more tackles than I should have, but those are touchdowns, right? I mean, again, one-on-one tackles in space with twice a year, LaDainian Tomlinson, Larry Johnson. Denver always has a 1,000-yard rusher. Tiki Barber, Ronnie Brown, you know, all these, Steven Jackson. I mean, these are legit running backs, and they're told, like, if you can't make the safety miss, like, we're not blocking him. That's your responsibility to make. And if he's tackling you, that's not good. So it was very easy just to, you know, hey, Rob, what's going on? Well, it's Stu. You know, it was me. And then then all of a sudden, for the first time, that confidence starts to get chipped away a little bit, because I'm going, wait, hold on a second. I'm being questioned? Like, what the fuck's going on here? And that's when everything changed. So it wasn't that I was listening to the media. It was at that point, the media had asked Rob, and me and Rob have a great relationship. We do. I respect the hell out of him. I'm happy as hell he's back. I talk to him on a regular basis. I love his wife, his kids, but I'm pretty sure me rubbing Robbo the wrong way a little bit affected my career, because that the Rob Ryan, or the Ryan name's a big name in NFL, and the NFL community is very small. It is very, very small, very tight knit. And you piss one guy off, they're all buddies, man. They're all buddies. And I guess I'll just go into what happened that year. is it was about week 8, I think. And Rob, because I was a Saturday and we have a walkthrough, and Rob got up there and he had a newspaper.
Leave that comment up, Jack.
I am at that. I went, and by the way, folks, in case you were wondering, we're trying to get Stu's buddy back on, but we did have some technical.
Oh yeah, what happened? What was going on?
Well, we had some technical difficulties from, I think, my end, and I wiped everything so that there's literally only 2 screens up, one YouTube and one StreamYard, and everything else is shut down. Okay. And I told him to try to come on in again, so hopefully that will be alleviated and we'll have your shipmate come on. But I did give him another text because that's who I was talking to while you guys were talking. I had my mic muted.
Thanks for doing that. So me and Rob from the beginning, I mean, Rob multiple times would single me out and say, I'm the guy, and he's glad as hell to have someone to run the defense. And when his dad would come to practice, Buddy Ryan, God rest his soul, he said that I reminded him of the safeties that the Bears had in the 85 Bears. Who I can't think of his name right now.
Gary Fensick?
A white safety the Bears had.
Well, I think it was it was the 40. I think it was Gary Fensick. I'll look that up while you're watching.
Was. But and Rob, he, thank God Stu was back there, right? And I mean, we had a very close relationship. Chuck Pagano was there my second and third years, and he's a reason why I had my best 2 years under Chuck Pagano. But then the staff leaves, right? Lane Kiffin comes in, and my DB coach changes. And it's a guy named Darren Perry who played at Penn State, played for the Steelers. My first African-American coach. And that camp, all of a sudden they bring in Donovan Darius. I'm like, what's this guy going, right? So then, they had just drafted Michael Huff, right? So I'm going, well, he's not here to challenge Michael Huff. He's here to challenge me, right? I beat him out. And then we got a guy, Ward. Do you remember Ward? He was a safety number 28. We got him off waivers from Baltimore.
Vaguely.
Yeah.
What? So Rex Ryan was the coach over there, right? Well, then all of a sudden we're in a game and I'm splitting time with this Ward guy. Like one series on, one series off, and I'm going, Rob, what the fuck is this? Oh, we're just trying. So I'm going, okay, and I was oblivious to the antics, the politics, and the shystiness and the fucking backstabbing that goes on, because my career and the way I presented myself, I never gave anyone a chance to say anything negative about me, to even question my play. But all of a sudden, again, I'm getting chipped away a little bit. So it's about week 8 or 9, and me and Michael wanted to play right and left, right? Where I'm not always just 15 yards deep in the middle, and he's not always down on the tight end because we couldn't disguise anything. The quarterback knew I was there. So do you think I'm ever going to have a chance for it? He's not going to throw it in the middle of the field. Like, why would you do that? There's just my ability to make interceptions was tough because I was just always in the middle of the field, right? So we wanted to play right and left. So where we could disguise a little bit. I could get down in the box. We could, have some fun like that. And Rob didn't want anything to do with it. And we're in this meeting, and he brings up, I remember he pulls out the paper, and it's just totally unwarranted too. If I got to hear about my safeties playing right and left, we're not doing that. I said, and he just went off, and he's being kind of vague, but I hear safeties. And then a derogatory term comes up describing that said safeties. And it was a term that you use for homosexuals. And I'm looking at Darren Perry, and Darren Perry's acting like he doesn't, I don't know what's going on, this deal. And Derek Burgess, when he said that, Derek Burgess looks at me and goes, Stu, the fuck is this guy talking about? I'm like, he's like, you need to go talk to Rob. I'm like, absolutely, I'm going to. And I'm like, Huff, we need to go talk to him just to see what's going on. We didn't call him out in the meeting, but I'm sitting here going, okay, you're bringing up safeties. You're up there very upset. You're using a term that, first of all, that's a personal. It sounded like a personal attack, right? It wasn't a business decision. He was upset personally, and I don't like that when people mix personal issues with professional issues. So I said, okay, again, everyone else they have no idea. So we're going out to the field to walk through. I'm waiting by the exits, and I see Rob. I said, Rob, come here for a second. He's like, yeah, what's up, Stu? I said, what the fuck was that all about? What do you mean? I said, I don't like to be classified in the same sentence as, whatever the term was. And I said, I don't like to be belittled in front of my teammates. I've never done anything to warrant that disrespect. Oh, it's not you. I'm trying to expose a rat. It's not you. I'm sitting here thinking, well, and again, Huff wanted nothing to do with it. He's like, I'm not gonna say anything to the coach. And that decision right there, I think, was the beginning of, for me to just, as a man, respectfully just question, hey, what the fuck, man? And I think then it got to where it's going, there might have been a little maybe intimidation factor there. You know what I mean? Where, shit, I'm not just going to let someone get away with being rude for no reason, right? So then I hurt my calf in practice, and we're playing the Kansas City Chiefs in week 10, I think. And we go to Kansas City, and I'm warming up, and Rob and Lane Kiffin. But again, Ward comes in, I beat him out to keep my spot, right? So they're trying to get rid of me, but I'm playing too well. And then they said, you know what, Stu? Sit out this game. I think we can win without you. Rest up, and we'll get you back out there for the last 6 games. I'm like, okay. Well, I come out to practice that Wednesday, and Hiram Eugene's in there, and I'm back up now, and I'm going, well, hold on a second. That's not anything that they said, because I specifically asked Rob, what do I need to do? Oh, it's nothing about you. And then, no, you'll have your spot back. But it didn't happen. And then I'm no respect against Hiram Eugene, but Hiram Eugene was the guy that, like, the coaches, like, he was asleep all the time, never knew anything. Good athlete, but I'm going, they're putting this guy ahead of me for what? For no reason, after I've been the starter. Not only that, I led the special teams in tackles. I mean, I'm running down on punt, kickoff, plus playing, plus doing all the stuff on Tuesdays in the off seasons, going and doing the media stuff and doing the public service stuff and getting praises from Amy and all stuff. And I come to find out that shit doesn't really do anything, talking to the kids and, oh, Stu, our kids love you, and there's this, that, and you think there's this personal relationship there, and all of a sudden you're going, they fucking like, they didn't give a shit. I'm like,
Stu, I got to ask, because again, you were talking about, and everybody was saying, and maybe you can give credence to this, okay, about the Al Davis bat phone, okay, the
backbone.
No, the Al Davis bat phone, i.e., something would be happening, and he wouldn't do anything offensively, but if there was something that was effed up defensively, he would immediately make a call down there. So am I to surmise that maybe it was Mr. Davis that did this, or was it Rob Ryan, or who do you think ultimately was running the marionettes here?
So, okay. So you bring up some good points. So it wouldn't be out of the ordinary on a Wednesday night at 11:30. My phone's going off. It's a private number, and I answer it, and it's Al at the facilities watching every They filmed every single period of practice, like walkthroughs. You had to wear your jersey so you could pick out who was what in walkthroughs. Schweigert, what the hell are you doing on that cover two? This, and I'm trying to think of what even play he's talking about. And then when I would try to answer, he'd hang up. But here's the thing, though. I was Al's pick in that draft. I was Al's guy.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I have that great picture of and I'll show it. It's a picture that I love of me and Al. This was the first mini camp after the draft. Can you guys see that?
Yeah, no, that's young Stu. My goodness.
That was 7 days before that. I was just finding out I'm playing for the Raiders, right? So I go there. It's the first mini camp, rookie mini camp. It wasn't rookie mini camp. It was the entire team, right? And I want to take a second and talk about. I'm going to put Rod Woodson in there and just the professionalism that he had. He was the ultimate professional. But remember a couple of weeks ago when Tannenhill was talking about, it's not my job to help this kid out. And I didn't have anyone helping me out. And it's not, do you guys remember that when he made that comment?
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, the biggest piece of fucking selfish shit as a fucking teammate. Like what a insecure motherfucker. Right. So, not only did I break Rod Woodson's record in his state of Indiana, they draft me to take his spot in Oakland because he was injured during that, and he was still there that first mini camp. And I mean, ultimately, I took his spot. He was cut, but even during that, he would take me aside and he'd give me these little pointers. And I remember it was that last day. He said, "Stu, come here. I know you're going to get out there for another rep." He goes, "Just take a look at this." He said, "If they're going to light up a 2x2, tight ends on the line of scrimmage, and the receivers off the ball, if they both come up vertical and they're coming and the outside receiver does an in route at 5 yards, he goes, they're probably going to run what they call a chair route. And that tight end's going to sit at 10 yards. They want that linebacker to jump the low guy to hit that tight end." Sure enough, I'm watching. Plays out perfectly. I intercept the pass to end camp. Well, I'm running or whatever. I hear Schweigert, and it's Al, and he comes over and he puts his hand on my jersey. He goes, "Man, that ball just seems to find your hands." And I'm thinking, this is one of my greatest pictures, but what an entrance into the organization, and all because of Rod Woodson just giving me that little pointer. And here's a guy who had every reason to be like, "Fuck, Stu, I'm not that fucking motherfucker, goes to Purdue and breaks my shit. And, I'm an afterthought. And then he comes here and takes my spot." But just a true professional. And I was lucky to have guys like Ray Buchanan and Warren Sapp and Namdi and Ted Washington and Jerry Rice and these guys to teach you how to be a professional. And again, Jamarcus Russell, when you hear his story, he's looking for someone to help, and the coaches aren't even there to give him knowledge to help him succeed. So I always think we get, as NFL football players, we reach a pinnacle of a profession, of a sport. So there's knowledge we have access to that 99.99% of the people just don't have. And I think it's a crime against whoever created us, God or aliens, whatever, to hold that information in and not share it. I'm at the age now where giving advice to a kid, I'm the mentor, what do you call a protege of mine, and to see him take that advice and have success with it, the feeling I get from that beats anything I did individually, right? So I enjoy giving back any way that I can. And it's not about telling people what to do. It's just going, "Hey man, I was in a situation like this. This is what happened. You might want to think about that." Right. And I didn't have anyone teaching me, and I don't think it would have mattered, how to do the political side of the NFL. And what I mean by political is kissing ass. And you know what? If the coach is telling you, hey, I want you to try this, and you know in your head, that's fucking terrible. Like, I don't want to do that. Instead of saying that to him, going, coach, we should do this. And then that personnel, and not that I'm being disrespectful, but I'm questioning him, right? Just like if someone says, you know, Stu, if you don't agree with them, just agree with it in the meeting, and at practice, just do whatever you want. But if I didn't agree with something, I would ask a question, or I would, you know, coach, in that personnel grouping, should we really be in base personnel? I mean, shouldn't we be in sub package? Because I don't want the blitzes on the outside linebackers. I don't want to guard the slot receiver man to man, you know? And coaches don't like that. Coaches do not like that. And I wasn't taught, just again, like I said, just to, you know, Stu, just, you don't have to kiss the coach's ass, but just sometimes just go, yep, coach, yep, you know, I'll try that, right? Because most of the time they say it, they don't even think about it again. But I would, if I didn't think something made sense, I would ask, and I just wanted to know, right? I mean, well, coach, why are we doing that? And that can be misconstrued as he is he's going against the grain type of thing, right? And speaking of that Miami game, I'm in the facilities because obviously I think I have a great game, right? I'm like led the team in tackles, had my first interception, fumble recovery, forced fumble, talked to Nick Saban. So I'm like the last guy in the facilities getting out of the cold tub. And I walk down the hallway, and here comes Al, because Al would come in the afternoons. And I'm walking down, you know, I'm thinking, fuck yeah, I'm going to go fucking, you know, he's going to be super excited to see me. Okay. And I didn't realize this, but you don't ask Mr. Davis how he's doing after a loss. And I'm walking out, hey, Mr. Davis, how you doing? What the fuck, Schweigert? How am I doing? The fuck you mean? He goes, we just lost to probably one of the worst teams in the AFC West, or in the AFC at home. The fuck are you so happy about? How am I doing? How are you doing? I'm like, I guess not that good. And I literally like ran and like jumped into the locker room, right? So I was like, whoa. That was a different side of Al that I seen, because Al was always, again, I was his guy. And a buddy of mine had a bigger picture of this, and he asked if Al Davis would sign it. And I'm thinking like, oh God, it's like, you know, it's always uncomfortable talking to your boss, right? Like you can be cool with them, but it's like, it's still your boss, right? And I remember going up, because I didn't even know where his offices were, but they're like, go up and Fudgy, his secretary, I said, Fudgy, do you think Al would sign this? You know, it's for a friend of mine. It'd mean a lot. And she said, let me call him. And she said, oh, yeah, no, he'll come see you now. So I walk in his office, and it's white carpet, white walls, white ceiling, black marble furniture, black leather. The Super Bowl trophies are in there. And it's like it almost like where that door is. It seemed like the room was just like stretching. And he says, come on, Stu, come on in. And as I'm going to sit down, he says, 1999 Saginaw Valley League MVP, led the league in rushing, 1,658 rushing yards, 26 rushing touchdowns, 100-meter. And he's off the top of his head, he's spewing out my high school stats. And I'm sitting here thinking, I mean, the amount of memories and the people that this guy met, and he's talking about my fucking, like, he studied my high school stuff. Like, and we sat and we talked, and he was great and signed it. And I'd see him, and he was always, you know, friendly and all that type of stuff. But there was a time that in that fourth year, I remember, I think I walked by him. I didn't say anything because I was in my own zone. And he goes, Schweigert, he says, I think he said, you gave up on me. I think he said, or you're giving up on me. And I didn't say anything. You know what I'm saying? But now looking back at it, I think that he was probably hurt a little bit. So there's that. Then there's that challenge I had with Rob. And then Lane Kiffin and Darren Perry, they didn't know me from, whatever, because they're new. So I, again, the last 6 games of that season, I'm not the starter, but sure enough, I don't get any of the reps during practice. But I was a guy that needed reps in practice because that's where I do my visualizations and get my pregame stuff together. Either Hiram or Huff would do something. I'd end up having to go in and like when the game's already kind of whatever. I'm like, motherfuckers, right? So we played Jacksonville, right? It's the last game of the year. We're in the airport and we went through regular security. Usually we just go on the tarmac, but we went through the regular whatever. So we're all sitting at like a TGI Fridays, having some drinks or whatnot. And Lane Kiffin sits next to me. And he's like, Stu, and he buys everyone drinks. And he's like, what do I do? What should I do? I'm going, he's 31 at the time. And I like Lane, but I'm going, I'm the guy that you fucking benched, right? So I should be the last guy you're asking for advice, but I'm sitting here thinking you're the head coach of the Raiders and you're fucking asking a guy that apparently you don't even like. What do you do? So I'm going, there's just so many different mixed emotions going on. And, who's the one that's really upset and no one's telling you anything? Again, it's like, if I'm doing something wrong, let me know so I can correct it. Right? Let me know so when I go to another team, I'm not doing the same fucking thing. But everyone, Stu, I don't know. They all passed the buck, right? So that offseason, I'm thinking, okay, so my contract was a 5-year. He signed everyone to 5-year deals. I should have only signed a 3-year deal. Technically. I had a little bigger signing bonus because of it, but I was a starter for 4 years and I was still in a fucking rookie contract. So my agent, Ben Dogger and Mark Helgeman, they were SFX out of St. Louis. Then they merged with CAA out of California. What they did is my salary in year 4 and 5 was predicated on how much I played in years 1, 2, and 3. So it's like performance-based pay, right? So I went from, league minimum those first 3 years, but I always cleaned up. Remember the player performance bonuses at the end of the year you would get? Do you guys remember that?
Yeah.
Where you're getting paid per play, and the higher draft pick you make less, and the lower draft pick. So they try to compensate for you playing a lot. Well, I would always get, take home like over $200,000 off of that. But again, I'm getting that money because I'm getting it because it's something I'm doing, right?
Well, you earned it, obviously.
Thank you. So my salary in year 4 was $2.5 million. But I'm like, it is $2.5 million because I put the work in earlier. So my salary the next year was going to be $3 million. Well, all of a sudden, about 3 weeks into the offseason, Stu, Lane wants you to take a pay cut. And I'm sitting here going, okay, you fucked me with the injury deal. You made me sit out a game. That's the only game I ever missed in my NFL career. You benched me. You're not telling me anything. Now you want me to take a pay cut on money I earned? Mm-hmm. Like, that's my money. And I'm like, again, my dad always told me this, Stu, the squeaky wheel gets the grease, and I never caused any problems. And when you don't, you get taken advantage of. Because I'm just the guy they could always count on, the nice guy, the guy that does everything. And I'm sitting there going, Jesus Christ. Like, I'm starting to look and go, these people, they don't give it. They don't care about you. They really don't. They sure as hell act like it. But, so then I'm going, okay, a pay cut. And then when I knocked out Tony Gonzalez that year in that Kansas City game, we lost. And it was my mother and my pregnant wife were at the game. And we're getting in my truck to leave. And remember how we had to drive through like the parking lot, right? The players. And the private security, head of private security come up and say, hey, Stu, I just want to let you know there was 2 stabbings and a shooting in the parking lot. So just keep it moving. Don't stop, So I'm pulling out and, cars are coming in and there's this Chevy Avalanche, white Avalanche. I can picture it right now with 4 gentlemen in it, all wearing Raiders jerseys. And I wave them to pull ahead. Well, they're kind of looking and they see it's me. Fuck you. You suck. Blah, blah, blah. Because later on in that game, Tony Gonzalez had a route where I kind of dove at him and I missed like one tackle. And he didn't score off of it or anything, and then all of a sudden it's starting to create a commotion. And then people walking by my car are seeing it's me and they're like emulating me missing a tackle. And some guy tries to come up and open up my wife's door. So I jump out. I'm ready to fucking beat this guy's ass. And thank God the security guy ran over there. I was like, Stu, we got this. And I got back in my car and those guys' season tickets got revoked. But I'm going, okay, the coaches who I thought I did the right thing with the coaches. They'd have my back. 'Cause I fought for Rob when, he stayed through like 5 different head coaches. And I was one of the guys that had his back. I'm like, all of a sudden I'm losing that relationship. Al doesn't seem to like me. The fan, obviously, and that's the other thing. Darren Perry came up to me after the year, my coach, my position coach. He said, Stu, I want to apologize. I said, apologize for what? He goes, I seriously respect the hell out of you. I'm like, because he goes, basically what he was saying is, I came in right away. I wanted you gone. And I'm thinking in my head, what a fuck, like, why? Like, what would be the reason that you're looking at a player who, if I'm a coach, I'm going to research the guys that were there before and realize that, and especially a guy that played in the Big Ten where I played, like, wanted nothing to do with me. Now, do I know why? No. Do I speculate why? Yeah. Again, the reverse racism deal. Wanted nothing to do with me. And then he's telling me, you earned my respect. And I'm thinking, well, I mean, thanks, coach. But at the same time, that's a fucking shitty approach, to be honest with you. So I'm looking at that pay cut. Then all of a sudden they fucking paid Jabril Wilson like $28 million. And I'm going,
oh yeah, boy. It was like that. And then it was like the Javon Walker, the super money. And it was the other kid that they got from the Redskins or whatnot. They pay like $8 million for 8 games. He play corner.
So I'm sitting here going,
stupid contracts.
I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back. I gotta pay.
Yeah, I'm long-winded. So I'm looking at it and I go, Jabril Wilson. I'm like, first of all, I'd never heard of him. And then I looked, and again, in the NFL, the best players don't always play. It's about timing.
Mm-hmm.
He was a backup, but they got in the playoffs and someone got hurt, and he came in during a playoff run and a Super Bowl championship, finishing the season, playing pretty good, but also being the end of his contract. And any free agent coming from a Super Bowl team, we need to get him, because if he went to the Super Bowl last year, he can teach us how to get there, right? And I'm going, I'm just like, my whole, like, everything I thought I knew about the NFL was like just literally dumping out of the side of my head. I'm going, so here's a guy that has never done anything for the Raiders. Has never done anything for the Raiders. And they're going to give him $28 million. And here's a guy like me who's been here for 4 years, who's done everything you've asked me to do. And then you're asking to take my money? Saying that, no, you're not worth $3 million, even though I earned that money. I'm going, I was so offended. So I just felt so like you guys are some fucking bitch motherfuckers. And not one guy ever addressed why. Not ever was it like, Stu, dude, like, you gotta like. So I'm sitting here thinking like, well, what the fuck? It was, again, a new staff, and they didn't want nothing to do with me. I don't know what it was. You know what? Probably they're fucking. It could be something where their wives think, oh, Stuart's such a nice guy, and the guys get jealous or something. I mean, literally, it could be something as stupid as that. I mean, Lane Kiffin, 31 years old, probably saw me, and I don't know. I'm just saying, it sounds crazy, but I'm going, there's all this shit going on, and then I'm going, and the fans are turning on me. I'm like, at least I always had the fans, and I'm like, fuck. I just every hour and everything I went through to play her and to go through stress and just time away from my families. I'm like, it was all for naught because no one gave a shit. It doesn't matter because here's guys that didn't do anything and they're getting paid. And here's a guy like me who produced from 4th grade up until then. Again, not only being a starter, but every special teams, never missing practice, staying in the offseason, doing everything I thought that mattered, and it doesn't. I said, and Al Davis wanted to talk to me because I had not seen Al Davis. He said, Stu, I can't remember who it was. Maybe it was actually, you know who it was? It was this fuck. It was this guy.
Okay, don't say who it is if it's a picture. Let's see if we can figure it out.
It was, and it was the guy Lane brought in as kind of the GM, but it wasn't really a GM. It's just it's not here. It's not here. Let me see. Hold on.
I was gonna say, I don't think. Like I said, I don't think. Well, I know Lane didn't have a GM. It was probably like his version of Bruce Allen under Gruden.
It was here. Hold on, I'm gonna find it now. But I'm thinking. So this guy, this guy's like he was the president. I'm gonna find him here. Hold on. And it's fucking just sometimes these guys. It's like how you think as you go up, you're gonna be surrounded by better coaches, and it almost goes the opposite way. Raiders staff 2007.
So here's the thing, Stu.
While you're looking,
go ahead, guys. Sorry, go ahead.
You look. You've given us
I
more
want to say this
insight.
before you go.
I
want to say this before you go. And no, I hope I'm not in no way, shape, or form am I trying to bitch and like I'm just stating what I went through. That's it.
No.
This
You've given us more insight.
This is a first person narrative from somebody who was there.
And you've given us more insight on how this stuff works than most of us know about. Okay, Raider Nation doesn't know all of these insights that you're given. Like, this is informative. This is great because lessons learned.
Yes.
History will repeat itself if you don't learn about it.
Yes. And I never saw that bullshit. I never saw coaches switching up like on that, right? Because I didn't give them a reason to, and it really made you almost felt like violated. You just felt like dirty, like, fuck, these guys, man. You know what I mean? So anyway, whatever. This guy, he calls me and says, Al wants to talk about the contract. You know what I said? I said, here's what I want you to tell Al. Tell Al he can take that contract and shove it up his fucking ass. Looking back.
Probably not the best words to say.
No, not at all. But again, you I'd been there for the starter. I had my own suit line. I'm feeling like, hey, I got a little clout. You know what I mean? I was like, I remember there was something came out of guys that should have went to the Pro Bowl that didn't. I was on that list, and I'm going, I'm feeling myself a little bit. And I wish my agent would have just said, Stu, listen, just bite your tongue. Because I think Jabril, I don't even think he made it past week 2 or 3 or whatever. Just bite your He's like, fuck, go in there and just run down on kickoffs and make $3 million a year. Fuck. But I remember when you have people around you, first of all, my family members, they've never been in a situation like that, right? So they can't really give advice.
Right.
But the people that should give you advice, my agent, CPA, my team, I'm their boss. So the last thing they want to do is piss me off when I'm already in a bad mood. So they're just I'm thinking, dude, other teams know about me. I'm going to get picked up by somebody else. Like, I know that. And there are 6 teams that were interested in me, right? But again, the machine, no one's ever bigger than the fucking the shield, right? When you get off that train, it keeps going. Even though you think you're gonna stop some shit. So I'm thinking. I tell Al, cut me. I'm out of here. Well, this is like in February, I think. So Al Diddy just held on to me. February, March, April,
Oh man.
May.
Yep.
Free agency goes by, the draft goes by, OTAs and mini camps go by. It's like the break time when he finally releases me, like in June, I think, the beginning of June. So then I'm trying to make a roster late that way. But I wish the one thing, I don't have a regret. I just wish I would have been able to had a conversation with, I just sat down with him and said, Al, what's going on, man? Because that's probably what he wanted. He probably wanted it. He probably just wanted to have it. He probably felt like, Stu, man, you were a guy that you were always into it. And I see you're losing a little. And I did. I lost a little love for it. I lost a little of that, almost like that. Some of the magic was gone. Like a kid when he finds out Santa Claus isn't real, right? It's just kind of, you realize like the world is a shitty, like people are fucking assholes, right? So that was the whole situation in Oakland. So again, when I left, that was Al. I didn't speak to Al. The fans were fucking saying I sucked. The coaches wanted nothing to do with me. They're trying, they want to take my money from me. So I'm sitting here thinking, well, fuck, that didn't work out the way. I don't want to remember anything because whenever I'd see something, it'd come right back. I see like guys playing that I was better than, and I'm sitting here going, you know what? Those guys kept their mouth shut. Or they kissed a lot of ass. And they went the other way. And coaches like getting their asses kicked. Or asses kissed.
Well, no, that was a Freudian slip, but yeah, we got it.
That's why you see some of these guys play 10, 12 years, but they never really played. And you're like, how the hell's like, and I guarantee it's a lot of yes man, a lot of fucking, and hey, did they do what they had to do to play? But I know this. I always like, well, did you play? I don't want to know how many years you played. Because some guys, they play, 3 years on practice squad, and then they might have ran down on a couple kickoffs, and 1 year they were injured, and they wouldn't even start at all. But they're, I played 12 years and have a Super Bowl. It's like, yeah, but you didn't play, man. Like, in my short careers, and I tell people, I challenge people, go look at Troy Polamalu's first 4 years. Go look at Ed Reed's first 4 years of the NFL. You'd be surprised at how similar our statistics are. Very similar. And I looked up this, which I was actually surprised about. The career in Raiders all-time statistics, leaders. So I'm doing a little self-bragging here, guys, but I was surprised by this. Because again, I started to believe the shit. Yeah, I didn't play very well. And I guess I was kind of a fucking, didn't know how to tackle. And I never made a Pro Bowl. And but then I looked here and I have 3 statistics in the all-time record books. Where are we at here? Sorry guys. I thought I had it here. All-time result. No. They do. Anyways, I think I'm maybe 17th overall for pass breakups, 16th overall for assisted tackles, and I think 15th overall for solo tackles.
Well, considering that the Raiders have been around for 50 plus years, and that how many Hall of Fame
62 years. 62 years.
How many Hall of Fame members have they had playing on defense? And then you take all of those results of the people that you would know, and the fact that you're top 20.
Yep. Yeah.
I would call that a great fucking achievement.
Well, see that I had literally. That's why I like to some of these when I put these games on when I'm recording them, I forget, and I'm like going, holy fuck, like. and I don't want to sit here and act like I'm fucking like loving myself, but literally I'm like, actually, I was like, what the fuck? What? I was pretty good, but in my head, I started to buy into it for many years, and I was embarrassed. And I was ashamed to say I played because, again, well, yeah, dude, you fucking, anytime I fucking, you guys, your team sucked. Your team was, and I've had this issue before. You know, the last 30 years, the Raiders, it's been terrible. And I'm like, you know that I played in those 30 years, right? Like, when you say that, you are talking about me and a lot of my friends. Like, no, it was the offense, and it was the coaches, and it was the system. Like, defensively, we did everything we could, and we had some decent players. But again, you don't see highlights. If you see the highlights of the games, it's the other team scoring. We're not on any national televised games. You see a 2-4 year thing, and that team must just be terrible. Oh, and then they got a white safety running around out there. No shit, no wonder they fucking suck. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
that's
actually,
That's the problem with a lot of the media and some Raiders fans is they're looking for someone to blame if we don't go undefeated. And the other thing, Stu, realistically, because I have to dip out in about 10
I'm
minutes.
sorry.
No. I want you to tell me something about I want to hear the craziest Raiders story about a player who did something absolutely nuts while you were there.
I will say that, but the whole reason I got into that thing was because you brought up George Atkinson. And
that was an hour ago. So,
but that's
like a Captain Jack story. I'm glad I'm not the only one that does Captain Jack stories.
Well, in my evaluation, which I will read to you guys at some point, for my disability, one of the things was he is tangential, which I had never heard of, but that means I go on tangents. So let's go back. But George Atkinson, Willie Brown, Fred Biletnikoff, Jim Otto, I cherish those guys because they were the best, and they were the nicest fucking people. And one of the best things Willie Brown ever told me, and you guys heard me say this, was at the first mini camp, he said, put the pads down and the helmets down. It isn't important. And he had the Raiders like yearbook, and he goes, go and study this. Study the guys that brought us championships and what they did to get those championships, what type of statistics they had, what type of careers. Not only so you can have an idea of what your career, how to compare yourself if you're good or not, but secondly, those guys are going to be coming around. You go pay your fucking respects to these guys. And that always carried a lot of weight with me. So I'm sitting here just thinking like, why would I want to go back to the Raiders, man? Like people thought I sucked. We didn't win any games. Like I'm going to be like, what the fuck? And to go back and, Bob Romanski, the equipment manager, and there was about 8 guys that were still there. And the best compliment brought tears to my eyes was, dude, Stu, you're the fucking, we're so happy to have you back. We've been waiting for you, but you know what? You're still the exact same guy. And I cherish that because there's so many fake people that depending who they're talking to, they're just blowing smoke up someone's ass, right? And that was the one thing I can take solace in is my career was shortened because of the offensive organization, right? Just the team I was on, different coaches, but at least I never backed down. I said what I believed, but it was always researched. I didn't kiss anybody's ass, and no one out there can say I was an ass kisser. I wasn't a suck ass, because there's guys where you go, I'm not hanging out with this dude. Like, this guy's a fucking, he'd be like, he'd be like an informant, like, I'm not hanging out with this fucking guy. And I always took pride in knowing that I got respected through the NFL because I played hard, and that's the biggest compliment you can have is I don't care about the media and the fans, who they like. It's who the players go, that dude's a motherfucker, man. I want that guy on my team. Because there's other guys that get all the highlights and shit, but you're going, that's all. That dude's he's a bitch. He's a bitch, but he's in front of the media. and the media is telling the fans who to like. That's what these media people need to realize. What you say can be the life or death with some guys. If you're up there motherfucking a guy, that's what the fans are going to do without even knowing, right? Because they're just going to go off of what the people on TV are saying because they don't have enough sense to know what a player's messing up. So George Atkinson was always I talk to him still. He wants to come on my show, but he is probably, I was obviously with Willie Brown, but me and GA had this safety connection. You know what I mean? I love that dude. And what happened to his wife and kids it's just terrible. But me and GA were very close, and he always went to bat for me. So crazy story. You want a crazy story? Is that what you said?
Yeah. I asked Phil Villapiano a crazy story. He told us about Purple Man, who was a pot dealer.
Oh,
okay. For
Purple Cat Piss Man.
For what was it he was talking about? Which player did he talk about? He was this
probably the big guy,
Matuzak.
It was Tuzak.
And he told us the story of Purple Man. We get a crazy story from every Raider who comes on, who tells us a fucking wild ass story that nobody knows about. We asked, who was it?
So how many guys have you had on? You had on Bill?
Jerry Robinson told us a story
the tight end
about when Bob Boomer Brown shot Willie Brown's pillow next to his head and tell him to turn down the fucking TV. Like, we get some fucking wild ass Raiders stories on this.
I heard him when I was in there when he said that. I was listening to that. That was pretty good.
I want a crazy ass Raiders story, bro.
Oh my God.
From your day.
Here's the other way that I earned players' respect was by going out with them at night and letting loose a little bit. And then being able to get up the next day and put your work in. That was a big deal for guys. And that's where you really establish relationships, was going out, having fun, and then going to practice the next day and just kind of looking at each other going, I feel like shit. I feel like shit too, but at least I know someone else is feeling like shit, right? You know what I mean? Like, that was like guys that didn't go out. I don't know. I couldn't relate to them that well, but that was another way. That was where I established relationships with my teammates. And, God, I have so many. Oh my God, I have so many fucking. Well, me and Gerard Cooper, we were. They called us Stu and Coop. Stu-do. They called us Stu-do. Is what they did. Stu and Coop. Like the fucking, like we were what's the drive the Dixie or whatever. What are those guys called? The two brothers. They chase all the police all the time. Duke.
It's a hazard.
Yeah, like that. Yeah, right. We always had either we bought a 1972 International Harvester and put a system in it, and we had that, or we were always doing something, right? We were always the guys that were like you guys, like, seriously, guys, like, grow up, like that type of thing. Like, we always kept things fun, you know? And so me and Cooper were very, very close, and I'm worried about him, but we were again, very, very close. But so we had a lot of crazy stories. I guess I would say this. I'll start off by this one. It was my second year in the league, and we were going to Washington. And we had Norv, right? Norv came from Washington. Well, my wife went backpacking with one of her friends. They like to do that, so I'd send them off. And so I had the house to myself for 2 weeks. And it was Thursday night. And I remember I was playing Gears of War or something, I think. And about 9:00, Cooper just drives his he had like a camouflage scooter, because we lived right there on Bay Farm Island, you know, and he kicks the door open, and he's got this Burger King bag and then like a case of beer. And I'm like, what the fuck? I didn't want to. I'm like, what you got in that Burger King? He goes, I went to the bank and got out $5,000 in cash. And I'm like, for what? He goes, I don't know. We'll find something to do with it tonight. And I'm like, fuck, it's fucking 10 o'clock at night. I mean, we're flying out tomorrow. And I, when the game was done, I enjoyed myself, but I never substituted during the week. But for whatever reason, we started drinking. Like, I think we had some wine or something. And also, before you know it, we're calling Jay, who was our limo guy, and we're heading down to downtown San Francisco. And me and Cooper, you would have thought it was the end of the fucking world. I mean, I think we tried to drink every fucking drink in San Francisco. And we were at the point where the bars closed at like 2:30, but then over by what's the Rainbow Village area? What's that area in San Francisco called?
What, Haight-Ashbury?
Like where all the homosexual bars are at and stuff. Whatever. But those bars, like the Manhole and like places like that, they stay open till like 5 a.m. So we're like, take us there, right? They're still serving alcohol. It's the bathroom. It's got guys and girls in there, and I'm sitting there, and this couple tried to this swinger couple tried to pick me up while Cooper's in the middle of the dance floor with his shirt off, like dancing to like YMCA with just fucking, we just fit in with everybody, had a good time, right? So we're at practice the next day. We're in the huddle, and they're like, and we have our visors on it, and we're trying to like blow it down here, and we're going, something like, who the fuck? Jesus Christ, guys! Like, who's that? We're like trying to fucking, stay away from everybody. Well, they ended up knowing it was me and Cooper went out. So we get on the plane, and Saturday morning, Chuck comes up and he says, "Hey," he says, "Hey, just want to let you know, you guys better play well. I'm just saying, you guys made something aware, so they're watching you. They weren't very happy about you going out. It's showing selfishness. It's saying, where's your mind at, right?" And I went out and me and Cooper, I had probably it was a coming out game for me. We won on the road. I had a ton of tackles. I had a fumble recovery on Clinton Portis. I had an interception that I didn't call. I had a nice pass breakup. We won the game. Because I remember Cooper, he's like, Jesus Christ, dude. He's like, my girlfriend just wouldn't stop talking about you, the whole time or whatever. So we get back, and I just remember Rob Ryan. That's a different story. That's Kansas City. But after that, it was like we could do, like you showed that you were, you were a man. You were going to take care of what you needed to do. So now we do what you want to do. If you play like that, I don't care what the fuck you do. You know what I'm saying? And that's why, is that the best kind of mindset? You're talking to a 22-year-old kid with a bunch of money that now he's like, I got the green light because I can fucking hang out with the owls at night and get up with the roosters in the morning, But yeah, so that night was crazy, but it was just, it went into like, hey.
That sounds like some old school shit.
Yeah, and I mean, we had a lot of plane rides where guys are getting fucking wasted, and just, it was a lot of good times. But I'll have story time, and I'll have some more stories. But that's a good one to start off with. But definitely me and Cooper that was my guy, man. And then also too, I was very blessed to be able to, my wife went out with us all the time as well. And that was always fun. I mean, a lot of friends that we still have from out there. But again, it was by going out and, letting your hair down a little bit. You know what I mean? I mean, me and Cooper were always just kind of we didn't give a fuck guys. You know what I'm saying? Like we'd wear throwback jerseys at a club in downtown San Francisco on New Year's Eve where everyone's got to wear suits. And they're like, who the fuck are these guys? You know what I'm saying? Like, but we always had fun. And that's what I like. I enjoyed spending money on good service and making sure everyone's having a good time. You know what? I got the drinks tonight, guys. I got the VIP, and I'm going to, if you give us good service, I'll make sure to tip. Well, I like to spend my money on that, but we had a lot. Me and Cooper had we had fun, but again, it was going out, and guys that didn't go out, you just didn't have that same
camaraderie.
Yeah. So there's a lot of, I have some other good stories, but yeah. And two though, that was kind of the Raider, like you're kind of expected a little bit to raise a little hell, right? I mean, I like a kid who's got a little chip on his shoulder, who's got a little, a little devilish in him. I want him to kind of have a little asshole in him, where he kind of gets into little stuff. I don't want a church choir boy, man. It's hard to play a sport as physical and as brutal. Well, not so much now, but how it used to be, by not having a killer mentality.
Right. But you guys did shit in the Madden era way. Like, yeah, go out and do whatever the fuck you want, but you better be ready to play your ass up on Sunday.
Me and Burgess.
The Stabler way of reading the playbook, having whiskey by the jukebox in, at training camp, because that's the way it was.
See, I like that. I think that that's that type of mentality, like that blue collar, just, and my dad was that way. He said, son, I like to drink. 5 o'clock, it's cocktail time. But you know what? I've never missed a day of work. I've never substituted anything for it. And I've been the same way, where we can just drink. I don't get hungover, or I can be the last guy up, or I can drink. Like, it's just something I grew up doing that. You know what I'm saying? Like that was just the environment we grew up in. I mean, after the game, you have your fun. You know what I mean? Hold on. So one more story. Damn it. I just had, it was shit. Well, I just missed it. Damn it.
Remember, you said you were going to go back to you were going to go back and talk about like Jamarcus's interview, and unless I missed that when I was trying to get.
Well, I did. Me and my buddy Kelly Butler. I didn't post it yet, but I did where we watched it, and I have a lot of issues. So I reached out to Jamarcus months ago, and I think you guys knew that, didn't you? Did you guys know that?
You said you were trying to get him on.
Did you know that, OG, or no?
No, I didn't know.
So I was concerned because, again, remember I said 2 years ago when Rodgers died, I made it a point to call former players and just, how you doing, man? A lot of guys are doing terrible. They don't talk to anybody. They're dying every week. They're saying it's natural causes, but yeah, I'm sure. But I just want to check in with guys, and I've been now 12, 13 years of therapy, gone through the doctor's bullshit, been to AA, been to Betty Ford Hazleton. Did I do it because I believed I had an issue? No, but there was things that to keep my family and do things right. I went to it and I learned a lot from it, but I've been through some of these things, so I can at least, I've been arrested 5 or 6 times, and I can relate a little bit to people, because it's hard to relate sometimes when some guys either they don't tell all of their truth, or they want to make their life seem to be a little bit better. When it's like, dude, just cut the bullshit, man. Like, you're telling me you've never gotten in trouble or just whatever. That's one thing is I learned to be open and honest, and I would hate for me to say something or oh, I'd never do that, or I can't believe you did that. And then all of a sudden you're thinking, okay, you're going to hold me to a certain standard. Then all of a sudden you see me out and I'm doing what I said I wouldn't do. And that's like, if I see that shit, I don't know how many guys I'd see up there lead Bible study on Saturday night. And it was like, it was God himself talking up there, and they're up there talking about just, faith and all the rights and family. And then 10 minutes later, they're jumping in a car with some girl going to fuck them or something like this and cheat on their family. And I'm going, I can't stand hypocrites. And that's one thing I would never do. So that's why a lot of times I'm open. I talk about my issues with things. And I think people feel comfortable because it's not like they're going to be judged. So I want to get back to Jamarcus. No one knows where he's at. I wanted to see how he's doing. So our limo driver, who I'm still friends with, had his number. And I'm thinking, I don't even know if Jamarcus remembers me. Obviously, I mean, I had some interactions with him, but it was my last year and it was, his first year. So we didn't really hang out together, but I said, just to reach out, let him know that someone cares. So I shoot him this message and I'll read it here.
By the way, I was at that Jacksonville game, Stu. That was Jamarcus's first touchdown, and he threw it basically in the end zone where I was looking down at him, and so I was at that game.
So I knew that game because they had Jones Drew and Greg Jones, and I knew that they were just going to run the ball, and I knew right away the first series, either Hiram or Huff's going to come out, and I'm going to have to go out there and play 9-on-7 and just fucking be a physical game. And I'm thinking, you know what, you motherfuckers you go out there and take this ass whooping, man. Sure enough, first quarter, I'm in there. That's when Sapp got kicked out of the game and shit. Yeah, it got a little fucking, it got a little rough. Here's what I said.
That was a fucked up game. Trust me, it was an ass whooping. It was.
I was kicking Greg Jones's ass. Jamarcus. So I said, Jamarcus, this is April 17th. I said, Jamarcus, this is Stuart Schweigert. I played safety for the Raiders with you in 2007. I got your number from Limo J, and I hope all is well. And then I sent him a video, and it's on my YouTube of my son driving his car with the Russell jersey on. And he says, laugh my ass off. He says, hell yeah, I remember exactly who you are, bro. He said, what's going on? I said, then he says, I'm very well. About to do me a story after all these years. Time to tell some of these tales. And I said, hey, do you mind if I call you? And I had probably a 3.5, 4 hour conversation with him that night. And I was kind of telling him, I said, you know what? I said, where are you? He was so hurt, and you look back and you go, I can eat it if I just wasn't good enough. But to know that I had the ability, but it was never given the right opportunity, or the guys you look for to mentor you don't give a fuck about you. They don't want you. They don't care. And we talked, and I said, Jamar, I had the same thing. I was so, I couldn't watch the NFL. I couldn't do it. And, oh yeah, same way. But I said, I came back and I said, it was the best thing I ever did. I said, this is a huge part of our lives, and we block it off. It's something negative when it should be something that we enjoy talking about and, giving back and talking about your stories and stuff like that. And we had a great conversation, and I told Docs about it, and Docs made a little thing about, would you want to hear from Jamarcus Russell? And I get it. Fans are mad. I get it. Here's the thing, though, is there has to be Owens on the Oakland Raiders, because I love Jamarcus. Was he a number one franchise-saving quarterback? Maybe at time if he was developed, but that's a tough spot. That takes really, I don't know who did it. I mean, maybe Michael Vick was a number one draft pick, but he was athletic, so he didn't have to depend on his arm. But Peyton Manning struggled, but they stuck by him. They gave him time. They coached him. They developed his offensive line. They did things. And I just wanted Jamarcus to know that, hey, man, I appreciated the little interactions that we had. I'm here for you if you ever need anything, man, but get back involved, So everything that he said on that interview was what I heard, about him thinking that it was a holdout. He goes, it wasn't a holdout. The Raiders didn't have money to pay me. They told me I had to wait until the money from the NFL Network comes through. So that wasn't my decision.
And I'm glad you said that's first I'm hearing that. So that's
So the Raiders, there was a check the Raiders were waiting to get, from the NFL Network to be able to have enough money to pay Jamarcus his signing bonus. And obviously, you're not going to play it all until you sign a contract. You're not going to sign that contract if they don't have money, right? And then you look at it and you go, the staff that we had offensively was so bad. So bad. Art, again, you go back to Art Shell and Jackie Slater and Irv Eatman, 2 Hall of Famers, and a guy who played 16 years, and the offensive line was the worst in NFL history. and they weren't being coached. NFL players aren't finished products. That you need to develop them. They need to be developed. Now, I call it the 1% of the 1% of the 1%. The Brett Favres, the Mosses. Those are the rarest of the rare that I don't think any situation they're going to go in, they're going to be successful, right? But for the rest of us, it's the right coaches. It's the right teammates. It's the right system. It's the right contract time. It's the right making a big play on a Monday night football game can make a guy's career, you know? So, what the fuck am I talking about? What was I talking about? Oh, Jamarcus. And, you know, then he's going, you know, and then for the coaches to do the deal with the DVD. And he totally explained, he said, you know, listen, I'm not a big film guy. Because you know what, in college, he could probably get by without watching a lot of film. But I was taught how to watch film by Ray Buchanan, by Chuck Pagano. They taught you how to watch film. If you don't have someone teaching you or a coach that doesn't know how to cut up film, it's pointless. So at that point, he's feeling the teams against him. They give him this DVD. Hey, Jamarcus, did you watch it? Yeah, I watched it. I mean, that was it. It wasn't
actually. Yes, Stu. Actually, we actually found out from John Kingdon that story is actually kind of mismade, because when he was given the DVD, the equipment guy did not know that it was a blank DVD. It wasn't, and again, John told, and that was the first I ever heard about it too, because I always heard like they set them up to fail, like, oh, we're going to catch your ass in a lie.
No, I'm going to tell you this. So you're saying that they didn't know they gave him a blank one?
The equipment manager, per what John was saying, the equipment manager said that he didn't know it was blank. He's the equipment manager.
I'm saying he's just trying to have the back of the coaches by saying they didn't do it maliciously. It was an accident.
Oh well,
right.
Again,
isn't that what you're saying? Isn't that what you're saying? It.
John and me are like this as well.
Johnny Otten?
Stories.
John Kingdon.
Oh,
John Kingdon. Okay, John Kingdon. And John wouldn't feed me no bullshit. Now, maybe the equipment manager was feeding him bullshit.
Yeah, I'm not saying what he said he doesn't believe. I'm saying whoever told him is fucking blowing smoke.
Okay. Then yeah.
Because what you're saying is that he accidentally got a blank one. They didn't do it purposely, is what you're saying, right?
Per the equipment manager for what?
But how would they even know it was blank? Because Jamarcus didn't watch it, and they wouldn't have, if they didn't know it was blank, that story would never came out.
Right, because what happened was that when they collected it from him.
Oh, they collect them? They never used to collect them from us.
Yeah, they said that they collected it from him, and then they found out that it was blank, and that's when the story got out.
Well, again, they made it seem like he did this whole fucking setup of, oh yeah, I watched it, and this is that. All he said was, yeah, I watched it. That was it. But for coaches to do that, and I believe that, because coaches would do that, because you remember Joe Alvanzano?
Yeah.
Greatest special. I love the guy. God rest his soul. But fuck that guy. He was a guy that I liked him because he liked if you played hard for him, he would fight for you. And that's what you need in the NFL. You, as a player, you need a coach who's going to fight for you. And I knew my first year off, but the second 2 years when I had my greatest career, Chuck Pagano. Is that a coincidence? I don't believe in coincidences, but he had my back. I know Darren Perry in those meetings didn't have your back. Hey, Darren, Al Davis is having the meeting. How come Stu's lining up like that on that red zone? You went over that, didn't you? And it could have literally been Wednesday morning at 8:30 when they're throwing a bunch of sheets up going, hey, on this one, make sure you get inside. And it wasn't like a made up point. Yeah. Did he really say it? Yeah, but it wasn't an emphasis. Yeah, I know. Stuart knew. It's like, no, I didn't. You know what I mean? Like, you need to have coaches who have your back.
Hey guys, I'm going to go to bed soon. I'm got to get up early. My hours have been expanded. I got to dip out, but I just want to say thank you, Stuart, for opening our eyes to these insights that most Raiders fans don't know about. And thank you for being 100% honest, bro.
What I want to do is I'm not saying Jamarcus one way or the other. What I'm just saying is just make sure we have the facts before you start. And again, 22-year-old kid, I mean, his mentors were passing away. He needed a coach, and that's what a coach's job's for. And it's unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. And I just want to give a more of a personal side about it before, and then you can have your own opinion, but I just want to at least give the different perspective and let it's not always, don't always trust the organization, because sometimes some players, they get screwed by it. Do they bring it on themselves? Yeah, but the organization is not always up to par. They're unfortunately, the more I was involved in it, the less I knew, and the less I'm just going, you fucking guys are just fucking assholes, man. Just weak people that just don't like. Again, I live by the rule: treat people the way you want to be treated, and it's just not the way you treat a person. So, but no, thank you so much, OG.
Yeah, hey,
no,
OG,
man, I appreciate the insight you brought. I mean,
I do want to show this, though. I do want to give that. So this was in high school. We did a photo shoot, and Chuck was like, "What you doing tonight?" I'm like, "Actually, my mom's out of town. It's like the first time ever. I'm gonna have a party." So like 6 of his Saginaw High guys came over, and we had a freaking bash. He actually passed out in my mom's bedroom, so that was pretty fun.
I'm gonna get on IG tomorrow and message you because I lost something. You sent me your phone number, but I can't find it. I wrote it on a scrap of paper I can't find, but I want to talk with you tomorrow if we can.
Yep.
And no, I just got to dip out because I'm getting tired and I got to go to work tomorrow early.
No, don't do it.
And OG, I'm going to continue as long as Stu is here and he's comfortable. I'm still transmitting on your channel, so everybody will have the stuff on your channel too. Cool.
I got to go to bed because I unfortunately my work hours, not unfortunately, fortunately, my work hours have expanded, and I got to get some rest and handle that tomorrow. I'm doing everything I can to get back to rocking the channel again. If you're not subscribed to Stuart or the Captain, you're stupid. So just saying.
Subscribe and watch.
Good night, guys. Good night, guys. Love you.
Yeah, OG.
Talk to you soon.
Hey, thanks again, OG. Like I said, we are broadcasting here on both the Chronicles of the Black Hole channel. We're also broadcasting on my channel, the Captain Jack Rackham. So if you're commenting, I will throw it up no matter what.
Yeah, and forgive me, guys. Hopefully, like, sometimes it's nice when they have their own little stuff going on over there. You know what I mean? Because it's not that I'm not looking, but I gotta focus on what I'm talking about because I'll get distracted. But
no, that's why I'm trying to listen to you talk and
talking about Joe Alvanzano. He would,
yeah,
because here's Joe Alvanzano. I remember he was another guy right away as rookies. He says, "Hey," he says, "Norv Turner and Rob and Al, they got nothing to do with you making this fucking team. You know who the key holder is? I decide who makes this fucking team." So right away, I'm like, "Coach, put me anywhere on special teams. I'll play every fucking one," right? But he would do where in the cut up, the special teams cut up, he might put like a clip of like some titties or something, and he would expect that person, or it might be a clip that says, "Hey, if you see this, come up and tell me you saw this," so that he knows that he watched the film. You know what I'm saying? But it was training a younger guy the importance of film, right? And it was more of something that he did for himself. For the coach to like connivingly come up with this plan to trick fuck your number one pick, it shows a very bad character. I mean, that's.
I was going to say, if anybody had something to do with it, in my estimation, again, this is just going off I would say that it probably came from Lane Kiffin himself, and I'll tell you why.
Okay. Yeah, that's. I was gonna say fucking the other asshole, but no, I think Lane was gone at this time though, wasn't he?
No. Well, I don't know about that, but depending upon how, if it was after Lane had gone, because remember Lane wanted to get the kid that went
Megatron
to the Lions. There you go, Megatron, and he was pounding at the door to say Al Davis. He said, "No, we need to get Megatron. We need to get Megatron. We need to get Megatron." And then Al Davis is like, "Nope, we're gonna go. I don't give a flying fuck for the rest of the draft. We're getting Jamarcus Russell." And now it was his call. And I would say that if it was possibly, because remember at that time, because the last Jacksonville game, when Jamarcus threw that touchdown, if by that time, but by the next year he was embedded as being the starter, yep. and Kiffin wanted to say "fuck you" to Al, which is why he trotted out Janikowski for that 66-yard field goal at the Coliseum. Or sorry, 67 in the Coliseum, as damp as it was, just to piss off Al.
Think about that year. I know you're going to get this. What else did he do that was a fuck you to Al that year? Think about something weird that didn't make any sense that during that year. Something where you're like, I've never seen the Raiders do this.
Yeah, that was. I mean, the kick was the final fuck you.
Well, not that. There's that, but there's something else.
Yeah, he did a couple other things just to because he was pissed off at Al, because Al wouldn't take him for granted. And the thing is that for those that don't know, Lane Kiffin was not supposed to be the coach.
No,
it was supposed to be Steve Sarkisian.
Yeah.
So,
but no, you got to get this. You think about it, okay? Think back to that year. What's something that stuck out in your mind going, this is weird. I've never seen the Raiders do this. Come on. Earlier in the year. Think of the Raiders. They're very traditional.
He made them wear white jerseys at home.
Yes.
Now
I found this out at the reunion last year that Al didn't know until he went to the game and saw them in those.
Yeah, now that I knew where you were trying to go with that, I knew that I picked it right up. It was the first and only time that the Raiders wore white at home.
And that is the one thing I am jealous of. Not saying I would have worn them at home, but I would have liked to worn those throwback jerseys. I think those are really cool with the silver numbers on them, the white and the silver. I was upset I didn't get to wear that. For me being a throwback jersey guy, right? I guess we technically wore our throwback jerseys every game, right? I mean, they didn't change it all. So
well, that was before that they had, because that was before they had the color rush type of games, because they also had when we played the Chargers that won the first Monday night game that I was at as well. It was the white jerseys, but the Chargers were wearing their AFL jerseys.
Yeah.
And even the officials were wearing like the orange stripes.
Orange, right?
Yeah, because it went throwback. Kiffin had us wear the white jerseys on, I think, a Monday night game.
Yeah.
Just to fuck with people.
Bob Romanski was like, I'm just like, he was scared to fuck, you know what I'm saying? He's like, dude, but Lane's like, yo, you do it. I mean, again, you're looking at this thing and you're thinking the conglomerate, the force that the NFL entity is, right? And the power and the influence it has. And at the top, you have two guys trying to piss each other off like they're in kindergarten. Oh, he likes that guy. Well, I'm not going to play that guy. It's like, are you guys like, are you that insecure? Are you that petty? Are you that fucking, I don't know what it is, but it's like, you see why some people usually technically are always winning, and some people are always having a hard time, because it's hard to find those guys that can lay the egos down and go out and surround themselves with people that know it more than they do. And be able to take some advice or to maybe adjust something and not get offended by it. I'm thinking, if I'm a coach and I'm up there going over some stuff and all my staff is sitting there going, this guy's a fucking moron, but they don't say anything, I would be like, dude, why didn't you tell me that was a fucking stupid idea? You know? Like, guys, we're supposed to have each other's backs. I'm not going to be mad. Yet, do we have an uncomfortable conversation for maybe three minutes? So what? Do we fucking yell at each other? So what? We move on. We don't hold grudges. That's what women do. Well, apparently a lot of men do that too. And that's the thing. I would pull a guy aside and talk to him as a man. And that's difficult for guys to do. They don't like that. They want to just avoid conflict. You know what? Just, I don't want to, you would think when you leave in an organization, you would at least have an exit interview so that moving forward, you could at least adjust the reasons why you're being cut. But a lot of times they don't know why you're being cut. They're just, get rid of them. Or that coach can go into a meeting and he can tell that defensive coordinator or that head coach whatever they want, and shit rolls downhill, right? Coach, I don't know. I'm telling him we worked on that. I don't know why he's fucking it up. We told him to watch out that. And I don't know if he's saying that. I don't know, but I knew that you.
No, that's I would see it. That's you.
Oh, I'm sorry. That is okay.
Yeah, and by the way, get back with
my
Showtime.
phone's silent. Wait, what is that on my? That's weird.
No, it's not me.
But that's what I always hope. Sometimes do I sound, like people, Stu's wild and he says whatever's on. No, everything I say, it's not, I'm not pulling it out of my ass. You know what I mean? I may take it and maybe add to it a little bit for effect, but I have no problem giving people their props. If this guy's a bad motherfucker, but you know what? This guy, he was a piece of shit. He was a fucking, and I would hope that when people hear what I say, they can at least go, okay, well, that story, I would think, because people just, these people online or on TV, they flip flop all the time. 1 minute they like the guy, the next minute they hate him. I'm always like this. Just be, as I establish a relationship with you guys, just be consistent in your beliefs. And it's like, I'm able to say that because I'm confident that I believe that this is going to help. This is going to help us. Otherwise, I wouldn't be saying anything. I care about it. But some guys are just, I don't want to ruffle any feathers. And if it's, and obviously they're going to look out for their guys first. If they vouch for this guy's going to be good, he's going to make sure that player has success. Because otherwise they're going to be like, dude, you fucking put your name on this guy. He sucks. What the fuck? And so it's going to start with the player gets cut first, or the position coach gets cut first, and then it just goes from there. But it's unfortunate that it's so petty. And some of these guys, they and this, I talk about this, Cap, is knowledge. One thing with someone that I respect someone's intelligence is when they know what they don't know. And they don't try to bullshit an answer because they didn't want to seem like they didn't know something like that. Like, no, I don't ask me. I don't know anything about it. Like, I can't give you advice on that because I've never been in that situation. Or instead, they'll feed you bullshit, and it's like, what the fuck's that doing? Like, and here's the thing. So Jack Del Rio, I don't know him. I played against him. Obviously, he's a player, player linebacker. I know how linebackers typically are. They're kind of they're
Mongo move boulder. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like that, not no finesse, And I'm talking to Rod Woodson. And again, Rod Woodson's the fucking best, man. Just a true professional, and to be able to have him as a resource to look at and go, okay, that's what a professional is. And again, I give a lot of credit to Ray Buchanan, who had a big influence in my professional career of how to go about it. Because some of these kids, they don't know, and they have a perception of what an NFL player is supposed to act like. And no one's telling them, going, hey, dickhead, knock it off. You know what I mean? Like, we're not doing that. Okay. But I had some good mentors, but again, I don't even know, Cap, if someone would tell me, Stuart, maybe just bite your tongue on a couple of things. I don't know if I could do it. If I'm sitting there and I know I studied and I know the thing, and I'm like, I don't think that's putting us in the best situation. I got to tell coach.
Yeah.
But
you got props from Violator. I hope you saw that.
Thanks, Violator. I always try to keep up with your social media and stuff, man. So I appreciate that, dude. And that's the thing too, is just that little deal there, like that comment coming from someone who knows the game, who respects respects the game, respects the players that are out there, and realizes the sacrifice that they have to do to get to that point. The unfortunate part is when you're dealing with people that didn't make it to the NFL, their view of football, and this is what I've generally seen, and it's not for everyone, but their vision of football is whatever last year they played, they think that that's what it's like, right? Like they're relating it to, like if they played on JV or whatever, just, a couple practices a week, there's really it's not that serious. Like, I don't think they realize the amount of work that goes into it, and just the pressure, and just the constant being on the hot seat, being on your job. They're looking to replace you every week, and just having that feeling of just like no security. And so sometimes it's like, I'm always amazed when I'm in a chat, and right, I give people a lot, there's times when someone's saying something, and is it wrong? Absolutely. But I'm not going to sit there and make them, embarrass them. I'm just going to, that makes sense, and it's not like I'm constantly, I don't, but sometimes I'll say, well, no, honestly, guys, like I was in this situation, and I'm amazed even with that someone still is challenging me. And I'm sitting here thinking, either this guy has it's just just a chip on his shoulder, or he doesn't respect me. It's one of the two, right? You know what I mean? Like, I would never challenge somebody that did something I've never done. Right? I mean, would you do that?
No, I mean, it's like, why put yourself into something or say, I always go by the motto, if I tell you to do something, it's because I've done it before, or I wouldn't tell you to do something that I wouldn't do myself that I haven't done before, because it's not like I'm saying that it's beneath me. It's because I know the ropes, and I'm saying this is what you need to do because I've done it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I totally get that.
I'm just, and sometimes like I can, and this, being the guy who's always, what do I want to say? Not agreeing, but I don't like to argue. I really don't. I mean, I like to have an intelligent conversation with opposing sides. If there's evidence on both sides, I like that. I've learned some stuff. I've had it to where I go, actually, I never thought about that. You're right. That makes sense. I'm going to change my thought on this. I don't like the nitpicking, the razzing thing. It's just like, I don't want to argue. But some people, they just want to get on, and it's just, I can tell that no matter what, if I'm red, they're blue. If I'm blue, they're red. It's just always whatever. It's the opposite, right? And I'm always just sitting here thinking, why are you going to challenge the one who knows the most about it? Like, that's the part that amazes me too. Like, that's the last one I'm going to try to act like I know what I'm talking about, right? Like, it just, and that's just part of, that's why I like meeting people and learning from others. And hopefully I like to go back and watch this stuff and go, you know what, I didn't like it when I said that, or I said this too many times or whatever. To be good at this, and Cap, you got to put work in, man. It takes, like, the guys, these famous guys, they don't realize that some of these guys have been doing this for 20 years and now are just reaping the benefits of being on here and being a content creator. I mean, I dealt with the media for many years. I had my own show, and I watched these guys on that pivot. And I wish Fred Taylor would have told the other two guys, hey, shut the fuck up, guys. You know what I mean? Like, that Clark, his questions, I mean, he was very, very, I thought very fake. Even when he was like, it just made me so happy when this, and I'm the older like being the brother and this and that. And I'm thinking, I texted you. I'm sitting in my head going, I bet you this guy never even made a phone call to Jamarcus before. But yet he's saying, oh, alumni and LSU and you're having a player on there, and the questions that they were asking, I would expect from a news sports guy that never played the sport. You know what I mean? Like, they were, I see in the NFL, that's the other reason why I never played dirty. That's why I don't like Adama Sue out there trying to purposely hurt people, because we're all in the same union, right? We're a fraternity. And a situation like that, especially a guy coming from your school, his first interview, I thought it was very intrusive. I thought it was very nothing was really researched. I thought the fact of getting so personal about how much money you have, and it kept coming up, and it was just like, you guys aren't helping your brother out, and you're using this as a pedestal to make yourself feel better.
Actually, I'm gonna let you know, if you're talking about the Jamarcus interview that he had, that everybody, yes. I didn't watch it, I didn't listen to it, and I'll tell you why. Because predisposition was, I heard the excerpts was, and again, this is the snippets, was that woe is me, and everybody was kind of against me. And then I'm like, okay, if that, and again, because I don't have a lot of time, Stu, and you know that with my schedule.
I know, absolutely.
I said, if that was the gist of it, I don't want to waste whatever time it was. I did not know that it was somebody else who was trying to use him as or use Jamarcus as a launching point for their betterment. And to try to fuck him over like that leads me to believe that was not the intent. That should not have been the intention.
To me, it was very aggressive. It was very attack. What would be the word? Confrontational. It wasn't. It was. I want to talk about. So when you say that, I want to play a little clip of, and this is me sending a message to Jamarcus, because that was one of the things people were like, well, if he's on, I want to listen to him. I want to hear him own up. I want to hear him own up. I'm going to play a little thing for you. I think it'd be worth your while
Yeah.
through parts or whatever, but check it out. I think you deserve your own opinion. Don't listen to fucking anybody else, man. I watched it with another NFL, my buddy NFL, and he was thinking all the same exact thing. So here we go.
You know what? And I used to have his parents' number in my phone. I used to have it, and I no longer have it.
Who's
Jamarcus's. I used to have Jamarcus's parents' number, but it was when Jamarcus came and played the Bucks. It was Gruden's last game with the Bucks, and the Raiders won.
You're by his family, right, or something? Were you or no? Or what?
Well, I met the parents at Tampa, and I had their number, but I had it for years and years. And I think I tried contacting them a long time ago, and it wasn't the wrong. It either that or it was wrong number or whatnot. So I finally got rid of it, which is unfortunate.
Well, listen to this.
I wanted to talk to him.
Listen to this. Okay, here you go. Ready?
Sure.
Everything that went wrong, like if I could have done better, like say, if it was to watch more film to make my game better, if it was to be in better shape or whatever it may have been, like I take part in it. When I get this straight on, I ain't asking for no pity from nobody under no circumstance. What happened. You heard? Let's move on.
That's the realest shit right there, dude. Fucking awesome. That's gonna shut a lot of motherfuckers up owning that shit. And there was a lot of bullshit, as you know. He said, yeah, like I could have done things better, but he also said, I was. It wasn't woe was me. It was honest to God truth. I wasn't given any help. There was nothing around me. I was not given the tools to be successful. They weren't bringing in receivers. They weren't even teaching me how to be a quarterback. Instead, they're trying to set me up for failure by doing these little games and shit, these little kid games. Like it was. And again, here's a kid, 22 years old. During that time, he had an uncle that passed away. Mm-hmm. He had another uncle that was had alcoholism issues. His mentors, people he looked up to were dying, and then he's out there and you're lost. You don't. He's never played NFL football before. Like that's a learned thing, especially at quarterback. I mean, fuck. Like some of these guys, like Aaron Rodgers, fuck, he had a handmade for him. I mean, to sit behind Favre after 4 years and, not being the first pick, not having the pressure. Some of these guys, they're on a team that's better. I mean, situation is everything. And for people because here's the other thing, like, what is the term bust? I mean, why is that guy a bust? A guy who is able to do something that, how many draft picks have there been since the 60s? 72? He's been one of 72 guys to do something in the entire world, and he's labeled a failure?
Actually, more than that, because remember back when they had the AFL and the NFL draft, because they had two separate drafts. So for X amount of years, figure at least 10 more, that was additional 10. So that'd be about 82 players that were drafted number one overall, whether they were AFL or NFL draft picks. And that's a very small commodity to be. Yeah.
And again, I go for that because, again, my friend Charles Rogers, that word bust ultimately ended his life. And he's sitting there thinking, I did something, I was a number 2 draft pick. I did that. Like, and you have people that are calling it a bust. And here's the problem that I have with that is they're doing it because they're making themselves feel better. They're negatively, oh, look at, I get a chance to call this guy who has been able to do something that so many people cannot. And I'm able to sit here and rag on him, and it feels good because we have a mob mentality. Everyone else is doing it, so of course I'm going to do it. No, it's a kid. This guy is a kid. Get hired at a job at 21, living on your own, and then have a boss that doesn't give you any of the the tools to be successful. What do you expect is going to happen? You know, I mean, that's all I'm saying. And yeah, I am going to have my teammates back. And he needed to be developed. I mean, look at Peyton Manning's first year. He was terrible. NFL record for most interceptions. But they knew, hey, this is a process.
Mm-hmm.
This is a work in process. We're not getting this guy. He's not walking in, and I don't think there's any quarterback that walks in at number one that's ready to go. He needs to be coached. And there's not good coaches. There's shit coaches. And there's coaches that do shit like that. And it's unfortunate because the player is the one that gets the grunt of it. And there's so many. Here's the thing about football. That's why I love it is it takes everybody. Everything that happens in that organization, everyone in that organization has a small percentage of it. So it's not just one, like, it's not just one person. Then you got to think too, being Al's pick, Al's gone now. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then just the thought of, to fuck Al, I'm going to ruin this kid's life. To play with a human life, to make it be like it's a fucking pawn or a video game. To the lack of respect for a human person, it's amazing how these people think because they're the head coach or they make this much money that they can just treat others like dog shit. It's the worst. It's the absolute worst. And unfortunately, a lot of the people that are successful, because I've been able to meet a lot of people, and I can get into a lot of circles, and I've been able to see and judge. And a lot of times the guys up top, they got success. They didn't do it by making friends. They do a lot of shady, cutthroat shit, man. It sucks because you would think if I'm making this kid better, it's going to make me look better because we're going to win games. Like, don't you see that? But I was talking about Jack Del Rio, though, but I'm talking to Rod Woodson, and they're in a Jack Del Rio comes in a defensive meeting room, and he's trying to tell Rod Woodson how he wants the cornerbacks to backpedal. And he's challenging Rod Woodson, and I'm going,
dude, Rod Woodson is a Hall of Famer at a position that you never fucking played, but you want to tell him how to do it?
Because these guys, they need total control. I'm thinking, if I hire Rod Woodson, that's one less position I need to fucking worry about. Like, thank you. Like, that's one thing off my plate. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, I don't know. And it's unfortunate because it ruins fans. It ruins organizations. One person, one arrogant person, or one dumbass getting a position of power can tear a whole thing down. And then what happens is these guys, and there's coaches I like, there are, but there's a lot of them that shouldn't be up there. They're not qualified, but because this guy's dad hired this guy and this guy's his drinking buddy. And the other thing is this too. Coaches want control, right? How do you control somebody? You control somebody by knowing more than them. So instead of hiring people that know it better than them, they hire people that know it less than them so that they are not going to get challenged and they're not going to be able to, they're going to have that control over that person. And I'm thinking, that just doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, because they want to be able to show their boss, in this case, Al Davis, that I know more than my peeps. And I want to put them under that thumb to keep them down. So yeah, it's a matter of control, and that's fucked up. Like you said, you should want to have a staff. And I can't remember, and maybe you remember this one, when the Rams or Kansas City, it was one of the teams that Vermeil was on. Vermeil had about 6 or 7 of his assistant coaches were all former head coaches. All former head coaches. That's a staff.
Yeah.
That's a staff. Because maybe if, maybe they weren't the most successful head coaches, but I would say that 4 or 5 of those 7 were actually legitimate head coaches that had records that were worthwhile. Okay. I mean, if your worst coach on that team, and I'll just say, I'll throw out a name, is Wayne Fonts. okay, who wasn't a very successful head coach, but at least he was a head coach and he still was able to explore that organization.
So you actually bring up a really good point. You see these guys who are great position or coordinators, but they're not head coaches, because a head coach necessarily isn't a football, like, it's a managerial position. It is
Right.
and I remember Joe Tiller said, Stu, honest with you, I don't know I don't know the most about football, but he goes, you know what? I hired the guys that do. And then he manages those guys and he gets those guys empowerment and gets the best out of those guys. But a head coach's job is to facilitate, is to set the direction. I don't need the head coach fucking splitting hairs about, should a defensive back have his right or left foot up? Like, dude, what the fuck are we doing here, guys? Why'd you hire me? You know? And then as a former player, it's tough to get in because you're looking at a guy that maybe played high school. And again, just because you didn't play in the NFL doesn't mean you can't be a good coach. And just because you played in the NFL, usually the very good players make terrible coaches.
Right. Well, yeah, because Mike Singletary comes to mind. One of the greatest defensive players of the 46 of Buddy Ryan's defense, but was not the greatest head coach because he was very abrasive. And it's always one of the things about, you know, I know how to do this. I expect you to know how to do it too.
That's because it just happened naturally for them, right? They didn't go through the normal steps. So for instance, go back to Art Shell. And I have Art Shell. I'm not talking bad about Art Shell, but he did some things that I'm like going, wow, like some very clear cut deals of where he liked certain people or certain skin colors than others, because he would, for one group, do something, and then for the other guys there was no issue. But I remember we were playing, I don't know, it was like third or fourth week, right? And he says, you know what, guys, hey, I apologize. It's not your guys' fault. It's not your fault that we're not playing good right now. You guys were just brought up soft. And me and Derek Burke just looked at each other and said, what this motherfucker just say? He doesn't know how we were brought up. Like, are you like trying to like muscle us into a fucking like respecting you or something? Like, what is this? Like you're challenging our toughness? Like, really? And then to go the whole year wearing pads and we're going to keep the same schedule. I'm thinking, how do you, Captain, how do you make change? What would be something you would do if something's not working? How do you get it to work? What do you have to do?
Well, you first off, hopefully we'll figure out what's wrong.
Okay. Yep. Okay. Yes.
Okay. That's if something's wrong, hopefully you at least know what the fuck is wrong. Okay?
So you find that thing is wrong. So then what do you do?
Then you try to implement things in stages or tweaks to see what works and what does not work. Okay.
So maybe change this a little bit, like change some things up.
Yeah. And hopefully you can do it within the week amongst amongst your players to see what works best.
If you want things to change, you got to change things up.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't change anything up. We did the same thing. And I'm starting. Then you start to go, well, if this is his system, it's not working. So then you start to chill. And when you start to question the guys that you have faith in that are putting you in the best position, that just ruins everything. And I remember talking to Robert Gallery and Jake Grove and Barry Sims going like, guys, what the fuck is going on in there? He goes, Stu, we'll ask them, hey, on this, just block them. Well, yeah, but what if they run a game that's a linebacker? What should I kick side? Just block the guy. Like, dude, can you imagine if I'm, hey coach, when this, just cover the guy. Well, yeah, but where's my leverage? What's the other guy? Just cover him. Like, what does that mean?
Who was the O-line coach at that time?
Jackie Slater, Irv Eatman, and Art Shell.
Ah, okay.
And then the offensive coordinator was
that was Tom Walsh.
Yeah. Whose claim to fame was the first offense in Madden. He installed the first offense, but he had been out of coaching, right?
He was running a bed and breakfast in fucking Idaho.
So do you think Art Shell went out and found the best coaches, or did he find the guys that he felt most comfortable with?
Well, I know the answer to that. First off, he
hired all his buddies, the old cronies from the 90s still.
And unfortunately, that happens way too much here. And actually, Shreve said they did make nice waffles. That's true. One thing that I did want to ask you as well is that, because it was up here in the comments, what do you feel about?
Hold on, I just read something that Dick Vitale asked a good question, but go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, what do you feel about? In fact, Stu ONT6 Soldier said it. How do you feel about Josh McDaniels with this team?
So I think I talked about I have been so impressed from because remember this last year was the first year I watched NFL football since I last played for the Lions in 2010. Or no, I guess the UFL, but NFL wise, like this is my first year, like getting back into it. And a lot of there was quite a bit of I had to be careful on, okay, am I saying this because I have some built up aggression, or am I saying this because that's what's true? So I had to be careful a little bit getting back into it, because you wanted to say, yo, fuck these guys. You want to take that approach. You know what I'm saying? But everything I've seen, I think I love. I love I've listened to him. I like what he says. I like the connection between him and the GM or whatever his position is. I mean, they're two Midwestern guys. I'm a Midwestern guy. I like that type of, like blue, you treat people with respect type of thing. He sure as hell comes from a program that knows how to win. So, I mean, fuck, he's been in it. He's around it. He's seen it. I've never seen it at the NFL level. I wouldn't be, I mean, if this guy's been he's been in those rooms, he knows what it takes. I mean, he knows what type of players he needs. The staff that he brought in, I thought was great. Rob Ryan, again, water under the bridge. We settled our thing. I love Rob Ryan. Bringing him back, along with the alumni. I mean, last year there was 140 of us. This year right now, I think it was 260 guys coming back. Former players. So the people in the alumni board, Shannon Jordan, Devin Lewis Buchanan, Callie Welch, and Katie Flath. They're blazing trails. No one is doing this, and it is saving lives. I mean, I'm thinking as a player, we might have Lester Hayes come back for a practice. Jack Tatum for a practice, but there was no relationship there. I mean, we had George and Plunkett and those guys, and I would go every Monday after film, and I'd go, and for a half hour, I would just sit and listen to Jim Otto's stories of him raising hell in the offseason, wrestling, flipping Corvettes, getting in bar fights and hunting. And I just sit there and I enjoyed that, and if I'm thinking if you had 100 and 200 of those guys coming back and establishing relationships with those guys and having to sit there and ask Rod Woodson, hey, can you give me some advice? And I'm watching that. It shows the character a little bit of the players. I got the impression we had some very inflated their inflated egos on our team. There were a lot of guys that were good players, but I think we're up their own ass a little bit. And I'm going to talk about the fans a little bit. Some of the fans, I think, attributed to that because they were letting guys get away with shit they shouldn't have. But I look around and I go, well, who are they? Is there anyone there telling them how to act and what is a good player and what type of things you should be doing to be considered a great? And I went to that Kansas City game when Woodson had his whole deal, where they had the 11 former Raiders players there in their jackets and 24s all over the field. And, Woodson's talking and we're all watching the game. And again, I talk about numbers and I say the importance of numbers, right? That's not just you. Like if you're wearing a number, some people wear a number they shouldn't. And I'm thinking, I know this game, there is no way in hell with having these Hall of Famers coming back to watch the team that they brought up to prominence and go out there and fucking play like shit. And I'm not saying missing plays, but just playing sloppy. And then I'm watching the guys, and to me, I don't think they really gave a fuck. I didn't see like that like they cared about it. And some of the guys after that game, I would have taken the jersey off and apologized to the guy who had formerly worn it. But I think it's just, I don't know what the fuck,
Well, and we know this because we've spoken about it on various shows, and I know that we know this. I know Jerry Robinson said this, Phil said this, you said this. Having Willie Brown come in the first time you hit the locker room, and he gets and for lack of something better, okay, I'm gonna show you, like the book that I had, like,
yeah,
he shows the book. He says, this is what it's like to be a Raider. Learn your fucking history so that you can do what is expected of you for the man. And then it's incumbent upon those souls. And it's like, it would be like if for folks to dress up, they said, here is the book. Okay. It's the same thing. It's like, learn what you need to learn so that you can walk amongst, the people that are expecting good things from you, because Willie did that. And I don't know if they have that. And like I said, when alumni weekend comes in, it's like, I would love to, like, if I was there, being the old fuck that I am, even though I don't have any sway with anybody, but I can say, as a 50-year fan of the Raiders, this is what I've seen that I've grown to appreciate amongst the team. If Violator and me came into the locker room, we would take that mantle that Willie.
No, but tell me this: what if you had some guy in Vegas just now? He's a Raiders fan. He walks in and he's acting like he is a part of what you guys. There's a hierarchy in your guys' in the black hole and with the stuff like that. You guys would be like, "What the fuck is this guy?" Wouldn't you? I'm just saying, you can see. I mean, just you would like it if a guy, hey, oh man, this is awesome meeting you, and you know what I mean. Like, I'm so happy I was so happy to have the Raiders come here because you guys are crazy. I loved watching you just to pay a little respect, or is where they act like they invented the fucking shit. You know what I'm saying? And some of these guys, it's like they don't. I just know, like, I would be thinking consciously, like, I don't want to look like a bitch in front of these guys. Like, I want them to be proud of the way that I played for them, because I would hope when I left, the guys that are carrying the torch, they're thinking about that and what it means, and it means something to them. You know what I mean? It means something, because the more you're invested, the harder it is to fucking to play. Like, the harder it is to lose, because you know what it goes into it. And I was just amazed. And I'm watching these guys. I'm like going, I don't know if they really fucking care. I mean, with the amount of money they're making, they're worried about their TikToks and their rap songs and, this and that. And it's like, man, I don't know, dude. Like, there needs to be somebody in there. Like, you had number 5 as a fucking rookie trying to step up and go, yeah, motherfuckers ain't doing their shit right. Like, there's no one in there. They need to bring a Carr's not that guy. It's just, he's not that guy that's going to demand your respect. I mean, he's just too religious for me. He doesn't, it's not going to work. But I think there needs to be some type of, and I was talking about this with one of my friends, like a little baby, like a couple former players that are there as kind of liaisons for the players, kind of a joint between the players and coaches, where they're not coaches. You can talk to them and they can be there to kind of, hey man, like, just some of the stuff don't do that, man. It just doesn't look good or whatever. Just teach you how to be a good person and how to conduct yourself and how to respect things. And, I get the thing, like, somebody's got, I was balling. And it's like, do you even know what balling is? Look and see what some of the guys who are considered the great do. Look at their stats and what numbers they have. That's the numbers you want to reach for. That's what I always did. I looked to see the guys before me and go, who's the baddest one here? How many tackles? How many? Okay, that's what I need to do.
And actually, and I'm going to show this up again. And yeah, I'm deliberately putting up Violator, because of all of the people that have been in this chat, there's only one in the Hall of Fame.
Yep.
And that's this guy. Okay. And I know that when I get a chance to see Wayne, and we've been out to Vegas and we've been out to Oakland and we've done the things together. And when we lose, we take it personally.
Okay. I know you're going to, okay. Yep.
We take it personally because and Wayne knows this, and I'm not saying anything that he wouldn't say himself. So don't come up to us and say, hey, dude, it's just a game. We'll be there next week. No, fuck you, because we take it personally when the team doesn't. Okay, if you're going to lose with effort, sweat, tear, and maybe
lose because the other team outplayed you. Lose because the other guys just played better than you that day.
Right. If you're going to lose, it's because the other team did something just one iota better than you, that they won 31-30. That's
you
it.
Bring up a good point, because without me being affiliated and having this connection with you guys, I didn't know that. Like, I didn't know the amount of investment and how serious you guys, because I remember going, like, when I was having the issues, like, these fucking, like they act like they're the ones fucking, like, we're the ones putting in work. And there's that, because again, I don't see it, right? All I see is just, you guys are getting hammered and trying to kill people. That's what a couple bad ones. That's what you think, right?
Right.
But then you look at it and you go, well, now I guess I do understand why you guys do get mad and you feel hurt. You feel like we let you down. You know what I mean? Like, so that was something cool to get that side and appreciation for the fans. Cause I'm always like, man, these guys need to fucking chill the fuck out. They're like, but it's important to you. And to be honest with you, I would like to see that in some of the guys where it actually means something like that much to them, where it's not like, I hate guys. I want to see emotion. Like, I want to see someone get fucked. Like, before games, there'd be some guys just, and I'm going like, fuck it. Like, let's go, man. And I know everyone does things differently, but like, to me, I want this to be like, I want to know that you want to be here. Like, I want to know that you're fucking, this is something you want to be a part of. But when you don't show any emotion, it's like, do you give a fuck? Like, what are you doing this for, man? Because you act like you hate everything. Like, why are you even doing this? You know? But because I even hear Oakland fans and Vegas fans, there's a little bit of a separation, just like from older players to younger players.
Right. There's a dichotomy between Oakland to Los Angeles to Vegas. There's a mutual dichotomy, because the Oakland fans that are way back, OG, right? They got pissed off about when they went down to LA, and they became like the LA, Hollywood elite type things, but they said, well, they're not as hard-nosed as the Scrapple players were back in Oakland. Okay. And then when they came back, then it was kind of like they had to get unpussified.
Yeah.
If I can use that term, to get back up to the standards of blue collar Oakland like it was. But by that time, then you have a transfixion of what the NFL was. It was more big money. It was more players that were meeting out, like, hey, after the game, smacking each other on the ass, say, hey, let's go out for a couple drinks. The fucking Chiefs and the Raiders in the 60s wouldn't say, hey, if I'm Ben Davidson and I'm killing Len Dawson, I'm not going to go meet Len Dawson after the game and say, hey, Lenny, how about me and the wives go out for a fucking beer?
You know what? So Al Davis, one thing is, again, you're out there and you'll run into coaches from college and friends of yours, and you want to say hi. Before games, you had to be very careful. You couldn't talk to anyone from the other team for like, he didn't like that shit. And sometimes you see these guys and it's just like, Jesus Christ, guys, like fucking blow each other, in the locker room or something after the game. But you gotta, no, because I'm a true sociopath, because during the game I can want to kill you, and afterwards I can be fine. You know what I mean? I can shut it off a little bit, not super easy, but again, that's the other thing too. Fans or just people don't realize, like, the mindset that you need to get yourself into to go out there in front of that crowd, and where you can be physically embarrassed and as a man, like that's could be scary. You know what I mean? You gotta like put yourself in a mindset that doesn't apply when you get out in public. That mindset could be where you're waiting for someone to fucking to do something wrong, right? But people would just expect right away. And I never understood that too. Some of the, why would you want to talk shit to one of the biggest, craziest human beings in the area? You go out to a bar and you'd think, okay, that big guy could kick my ass, I'm going to avoid him. And they come right up and, hey, Stu, you guys suck today. And it's like, oh, thank you. Why are you why are you poking the bear? You know what I'm saying? It's just like, again, and I think all it is, it goes down to just put yourself in other people's shoes. That's it, right? Like, would you want someone saying that to you? Or like, I like the one someone said, what if it was your son or your daughter? That you got to kind of look at it that way. And like when people he's a piece of fucking, you don't even know the guy. Would you say that to anybody else? That guy's a fucking asshole, piece of shit, and burn his jersey. And like any other, would you do that to anyone else? Would you do that to anyone else that you didn't think was doing things right in a profession?
Right. And you're right, because and the fans have taken some undue liberties. Would say, oh, Stu, you missed a tackle. You're a piece of shit. Yeah. You're the reason why we lost that game. Yep. 38-6, because that last tackle. Yeah. That last tackle when they were up 31-6 was the reason why we lost that game, Stu, you piece of shit.
Didn't we have that conversation this year where someone was like, it's the defense's fault because they gave up the last touchdown? I'm like, yeah, but you can't. there's so much shit that goes on before. That was just that wasn't what lost it. And you're going to blame the defense? Like, no, you can't do that, man. Like, I was one of the games and someone was like, fuck that. It was a defense. They fucking gave a touchdown. So I'm thinking, I guarantee you, he missed the tackle. He lost the game for us. And I'm thinking, oh, no. And first of all, it's not just one guy, like I said. Like I'm going to say it because he's my guy. But again, the Jesus Christ, the offensive coordinator, my boy.
Greg Olsen.
It's all him. I'm like, no, guys, there's just so much. There's so much that goes into it. Like it's everybody. It really is. Everyone gets credit when you win and everyone gets credit when you lose. I mean, some guys you can say, well, I didn't fuck up. I mean, there was some solace in going, well, I mean, they didn't score on me. I mean, say like there is a little bit in that, but unfortunately, yeah, but I get it. That's why you get paid a lot of money. But so I'm just like this, and then the other thing is would you say it to the guy's face in public? That's the big thing.
No, because those are, and because of this, there are a lot of people that are, oh shit. I hope I didn't fuck. Are you still there, Stu?
I'm here.
Okay. For some reason, I lost my screen.
I can see you. You're fine.
Because my screen, just went blank because I picked up my keyboard. Oh, I was like, oh fuck! I just ended the broadcast. I'm like, oh fuck! Just because I wanted to make a point about keyboard warriors. Thank God you're still there. Okay, I won't do that again. But yeah, because there's the ether in between the people that are making the comments, okay? And even the non-ether about if I'm 10 rows back, okay, and I can say this to you because I got a tarp and I got a wall and there's security, but I feel safe. It's not like the asshole that had the audacity to say things to like when Matt Millen was, and I had the thing to see the other day when I was out there when Matt Millen goes to the owner's son of the Patriots because he was saying something to fucking Howie Long, and Matt Millen just fucking waylaid him later on, okay? Yeah. Because they were on the field, but the fans, it's like, well, you're a piece of shit because I paid my $200. Well,
that's what it is. I can treat you like it because I kind of own you a little bit.
Yeah. I paid my money, motherfucker, and I feel like I can do this. Now, I can see it in a baseball game because it's the rage. It's the rage to talk to the umpires. Yeah. But in football, it's a little more. Football and hockey, it's a little bit more barbaric because of the warrior mentality, the gladiator shit. And I am the fan, and you are supposed to perform for me, Spartacus. And why the fuck did you do that?
Because there's runoff, right? There's runoff of you gotta kind of be a badass to be a football player, and you kind of want to be badass fans. Like you want to be like your players are,
Yeah.
But here's the one thing I always thought, and I was going up the Raiders called the nation, and the guys, again, my thoughts. I was like, they call themselves the best fans. And I'm sitting here thinking, we're in Indianapolis, my rookie year. And there's these just the whole game just fucking, I'm like, man, I thought Indiana fans were a little bit more respectful, By the third quarter, I finally turn around and the fans were finally getting kicked out, and it was 2 fucking guys in Raiders jerseys at our game in Colt Stadium getting kicked out of the stadium for talking shit to their own team. And I'm like, fans support their team, guys. Like, that's not what a fan is. Now, you have every right to motherfuck somebody and hate him. And I always say this, if you would be willing to say that to that man's face and be okay with it, then fully go ahead and do it. But there were a couple times where I would go up and say, listen, I'd get the security guard. I'd say, hey, here's Tim. He's got a pass for you. I'm going to go shower and we'll continue this conversation in the parking lot, man to man. Okay. We're not going to do it right here in front of everybody. And again, that's just what, most of the time, the hecklers, I like away games. I like being the fucking kind of the bad guy. You know what I mean? And usually those fans afterwards would, hey, good game. And I'd come up to them and say, hey man, I appreciate it. Cause it's part, that's part of it. But sometimes it's just like, man, you're coming at me a little more personally aggressive to where I think you're being a little disrespectful. And I don't appreciate that very much. Cause again, you just wouldn't do that to somebody, especially somebody you don't know, just to fucking fuck your mom and fucking piece of shit. And I get it. There's passion there and stuff like that. But it's like, sometimes it's like, let's just breathe a little bit. Let's not go top shelf. The guy's not the worst ever. Okay. And then again, if a guy misses a tackle, that's part of the game. But if a guy personal fouls or he's doing shit that he has control over, yeah, fuck that dude. That's bullshit. Don't do that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like making himself like, look at me, and it's affecting the team. Yeah, fuck that dude. He's a piece of fucking shit, But just because a guy got a touchdown scored on him by an all-pro wide receiver, it's like, yeah, does it suck? Yeah, but that guy doesn't feel very good. He didn't want to go out there and look like a piece of shit, But it's part of it, right? I mean, you have that right, but it's sometimes it's just like, especially if someone's telling you like, dude, it's not, I know the guy, great guy. You don't know him, and then you're still going, fuck him. It's like, all right, man. I'm like, geez, that's not a good attitude to have, but
And we've had this discussion personally off the air, because I will say this as well, okay, is that if Stuart Schweigert says something and everybody else says, oh, Stu, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And I'm like, the last time I checked, he actually played in the NFL, and you're telling him he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about?
You know what? You know what that is? You know what happens is I become very normal. I don't, when I say normal, I don't want to say that I wasn't normal, but I become just very what am I trying to say? Where they get comfortable with me, because again, I'm not aggressive. I'm usually pretty nice. I don't like to argue, and it's almost like they forget I'm just like their buddy that they battle with or whatever. They kind of forget because I don't, I look like a normal white dude, right? I don't have tattoos or whatever, or I have a whole bunch of stuff. So I think people just get, and I am very accommodating, and I'll say when I'm wrong. And I think people start to get, like I was, they start to feel themselves a little bit. You have other guys, oh yeah, that's right. And they just kind of forget sometimes, because I do just kind of sit sometimes and let you guys talk, and I'm not rolling. And some of these guys, they get on their soapbox, right? They get on there and they're just fucking going. And I'm like, hey, listen. And that's when I end up blowing up. It's like, guys, I don't, I'm over here trying to hold my hand up, but I'm like, I don't demand a lot, but just shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? Like, just give me, like, can you just not argue one time or whatever? You know what I'm saying? Like, can you just say, oh yeah, you know what, Stu, that makes sense. I don't know. You're right. Why would I even challenge it? But I will sometimes, like, I am going to see if this person will flip, and sometimes they don't, man. They double down on it, man. And I'm like, I can't do this. Like, you're telling me that you need to be able to at some point see that and go, oh, okay, now I get it. Yeah, you're right. But but again, I think it's, I get again, people get comfortable and they forget my background, and they forget that I am a 6'3", 230-pound guy that his speed, his strength is abnormal. And I have I have a brain condition already. I'm thinking I'm the last guy that you want to fuck around with. You know what I mean? I'm like a fucking pit bull. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I can control myself, but if you get too comfortable, I gotta fucking remind you that no, we're not doing and this happens too a lot, Cap. I'll get around and guys like to do the whole little they the wrestling shit, and like that. And I never liked that. But I'll get around guys and they'll push me and I don't push back and they almost start to think that they're tougher than me. And I'm like, dude, listen, don't do that. Okay. Like, just, can you stop? Can you stop it? But again, they get comfortable. They get comfortable. But I know for, with some of the other guys, the guys with the gold teeth and the dreadlocks and the tattoos, I know that they don't fucking, they know who they're talking to then. It's almost like sometimes I get more respect when I go somewhere where people don't know me because I have that, oh, you played 9 years. Like if I were to go back to high school and some of my teachers are still there, I'm like, I'm this Stu that was the high school guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, oh, that's just Stu. That's just Stu. Because I think I make myself too available sometimes.
I'm making sure it's not me, Stu. I don't think
it's mine, but
okay.
Well, do you have another question? Do you want to ask these guys if they have any questions?
Yeah, I was going to say, folks, and I have been trying to interject, but sometimes
Philip Rivers was a piece of shit, Anthony. I talk shit to him too, so fuck Philip Rivers.
There you go. That's it. If you got any other questions for Stu, please do. I am going to say this: the most we're going to have, even with Stu, is another half an hour because this will be 4 hours, and I actually got to go to bed.
Do you need 4 hours or something or what?
No. I'm just saying the most that I will do is 4 hours because we've been.
Are you going to go to Adelanto?
No, unfortunately, I won't be at Adelanto. I am very. And by the way, please get a hold of your shipmate, and you know who I'm talking about. As I said, come back on, and my computer must have had too many windows up because it was giving him the spinning circle.
Oh, yeah. I completely forgot. Yeah.
Yeah. But let him know. I swear I was working the issues, but it was because I didn't get it done fast enough. So please relay to.
I will. I will. I mean, I'm sure he'll never come back on. You fucked that up, but yeah, that's all right.
I hope not, because I would like to have said person on again, because again, I like talking with all of the people. That's what we do here.
I honestly, there's like a magical fence between athletes and fans. Like, there's just not a whole lot of face-to-face interaction where you look at this person as a person. You look at us as almost like a robot, and we look at you guys as just a speaker. Like, you're not a real person either, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, you're some asshole with his face painted. I'm some asshole with a helmet on. You know what I mean? It's like, you forget that we used to shit our pants when we were younger, and we have brothers and sisters, and like, we're human beings. So I encourage my guys to come on here, and for one, just talking is good, but two, a stat, like, just getting a appreciation, because it's cool to look at things. So you start to go, okay, well, now that kind of makes sense why that guy did this. Or then you guys as players go, well, yeah, you know what? I didn't think about it that way. I mean, you're right. These guys are kids, and some of these guys had no role models. And then you go to a team where the coaches who you would think would be behind you aren't. And apparently your teammates, like the Tannenhill, he's not there to help anybody out. It's like, God damn, man, you guys are a bunch of fucking assholes, Like, do I even want to be friends with you fucking guys? Like, Jesus.
Well, I'm just a wealth of knowledge that is so respectful. So that's why I appreciate the in discourse here. ONT6 Soldier says your favorite Warren Sapp story.
So I would say the and Sapp is another guy that gets kind of a bad rap. He's not gonna dance around an issue. He is aggressive. He is blunt. He's highly intelligent. So sometimes, because my best friend is the vice president of ticket sales for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Yeah, I'm still waiting on you to come down here.
So we're planning in February. We're gonna go in February.
Okay, good.
Because he's like, I don't want to go during a game because I'm working, but he was talking to me and he's like, man, because I talked about Sap and how he's coming to the event. And, I talk to Sap like every week and I'll tell about the story. But again, Dino was just like, man, he cusses people and this and that. And I'm like, well, usually he'll cuss somebody out because they're being a dick. He doesn't do the approach of, I'm gonna let bygones be bygones. He's gonna let you know that what you said was stupid, and he doesn't agree with it. Which I get. But I would say my rookie year, I had that bike, and I've told this story, and I just thought it was really cool. The one day, it was before the season started, and I was outside the facilities there in Alameda, and like I said, I didn't have a car. I had my little Specialized, and I was kind of on the phone or texting. I don't know what I was doing, and he goes, "Let's go, white boy." And he grabbed my bike like this. And it was when the Hummer trucks first came out, and he put in the back of the Hummer truck and he's like, "I'm going to take you home." And I was like, that was kind of our first real like one-on-one personal thing. But it was to me, it was to have him show respect to you means that it's not easy by any means, but he knew that it was a compliment to me because it showed that I was taking the game serious. I was handling my shit, and he respected me as a player. And to have a Hall of Famer give you a stamp of approval, I mean, that, like I said, a news guy, that's nice. A coach, that's nice. But to have a player, because you can't bullshit a player, right? To get those guys respect, that was what it was about. I mean, the fans, yeah, you want the fans respect too, but again, you want, because there's some guys that, you start doing like this, you're like, when someone like a coach will start blowing smoke up their ass, and you're just going, because some guys are, they're ass kissed. I think you have that in every profession, right? You have guys who make it to the top because they're fucking yes guys, and they're fucking,
Yeah, trust me, I know.
Luckily, well, and here's the other, and I don't know why I'm talking about this, but football is a sport that women, I don't think it's not a good environment for them. I don't think it's safe for them to be coaches. Now, referees, trainers, front office, but in the locker rooms and on the practice fields and stuff like that, and in training camp, it's an environment that if I had a daughter, I would not want her to be in. I don't think I get the whole equal rights things, but there's some environments that women shouldn't break into. I mean, you know what I'm saying? So when we're talking about the evolution of football, having that, I mean, I get it, but I need to know, why am I listening to you as a coach? What is your credibility? And a woman telling me how to tackle somebody in the NFL, it's going to be hard for me to buy into it. It's just going to be, it's just, or like you see these coaches and they're overweight. Like the fuck that was from New England that was the head coach for the Lions. He just has this huge beard.
Oh yeah. The guy that got shit canned.
Yeah, I'm like,
yeah.
I'm like, dude, you're a professional. You're that head. Like, look the part. Like, how do you expect the players to respect you? Like, you look like a fucking
Matt Patricia.
Yeah, I'm just like, God, you're just like, how do you? I mean, like, are some of these guys that go and recruit these kids, and I'm thinking, I'm not going to listen to anything this guy fucking says. It doesn't look like you can walk and chew bubble gum. You know what I mean? I'm like, just have a little respect. But that guy always, but again, like having a woman come in and tell me she's going to coach me on safety. It's just, I don't know. I don't think I don't think it is. It's not putting them in the environment to get the best out of them, right? You're almost putting them in a situation that's going to cause some stress, right? I mean, as a coach, your job is you're an owner or whatever, is to put your employees in the best situation for them to be successful, right? That's the whole thing. And coaches need to adjust. Like that one fucker said, I can't use him because he doesn't fit in my system. It's like, dude, then you need to adjust your fucking goddamn system, man. Like, make some adjustments. And that guy there, he's not built for that position. Like, put him in an area that he played in college. He's not a stand-up linebacker. He's a fucking rush end. Don't try to make him into that. Well, that's what my system calls for. That's what it's like, dude, man. I don't know. I'm just rambling now, so
no, and I'll cut you on that one. The most hated player you faced.
Now, when you say hate, so
I'm just saying this is the question.
So hate, like I didn't respect the guy. Like I thought he was
two. I'll go both ways. A guy that you didn't respect as a person, or another guy that you hated to play because he was so good that it was always something that you kind of
okay, well, a guy that kind of keeps you up at night, the night before the game, like
right. Both of them. One you didn't respect, and a guy that you knew you were going to have a tough Sunday on.
So Ronnie Brown was the guy that could embarrass you physically. So that was always, Ronnie Brown was a tough one. Reuben Drones was a tough one. You better know where Hines Ward is, because he will block you like a son of a bitch. Michael Vick can make you look stupid. That was the guy that will give you nightmares. Remember Donovan Raiola, the center for the Lions?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
He was someone that, like, you always, when we played the Lions, you better not stand by piles, because he will come up and fucking pile pick like a motherfucker. But he's a guy that wants to kill you. I mean, he's a guy you got to watch out for. Sean Taylor was a different guy. He was, when the game started, he didn't care who it was. He was going to he wanted to kill everybody. Obviously I respect Gonzalez, but he is the finesse basketball prima donna guy, right? Like, the fact that he asked me not to hit him a certain way, and just the fact that he will never, I'll sit here and give him props, right? I'll say he's one of the best ever, but you're not going to find any. Yeah, I missed a tackle that wasn't even mine, but you'll never find a play where he fucking dunking on me or scoring on me or deboing me, but you'll find ones where I'm knocking his head off. And I've watched interviews, and he will never
give you props for it.
Never, ever. And that just shows you the type of guy he is. You know what I'm saying? It's just, he is so arrogant, I would probably say, that he can't give another guy. I didn't like Jamal Anderson. Me and him really got into it. There was a center, Nolan, for the Denver Broncos. I think his name was Nolan.
Oh, Tom Nalen. For whatever reason,
I don't know when it started, but out of nowhere, we just hated each other. Like, we were mean to each other, like really mean. And it was my last year playing in Denver. He called me the N-word, and Bird just looked at me and was like, "Did he just call you?" And I'm like, "Does he think is he just like a?" And I'm like, "You fucking hillbilly, fucking Nazi, fucking piece of shit." I'm like, first of all, I'm as white can be, you dumbass. But I'm like, you racist fucking asshole, fuck, So I don't know if maybe he didn't like me because he thought I was black or something or what.
Well, maybe it was just he thought you were a light-skinned brother.
Well, you know, it's funny. That was the other thing. When I started bouncing around to other teams, they're like, wait, hold on. You're number 30 for Oakland? I'm like, yeah. They're like, the safety. I'm like, yeah. They're like, you're just a white dude. And they're like, you're just like a normal white dude. I'm like, yeah. We're like, that dude was a light-skinned and black guy. I'm like, no, it was me. You know, I mean, even when I'm face to face with them, they still can't accept it that I could be a white dude that. And I think the other thing too is not only that, but it's I don't try to act a certain way. You know, sometimes when you're in an environment, you tend to, you know, emulate the guys in those environments. And I think that's another reason why I got respect is I never tried to be something I wasn't, you know what I mean? Cause you do have some guys, they're, you know, they act a certain way around some guys and other times they don't. And it's like, dude, they're going to know that, but I'm trying to think of someone else I hated.
Well, we already know Phillip Rivers, so don't say him because
Phillip Rivers. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't like Aaron Rodgers. When we played him, I respected him, but I don't like him. And then did you see him yesterday? Him coming into the training facility looking like a goddamn. He's got the long hair and he's got the cutoff shirt and like, who the fuck is this guy's from Berkeley, man? Like, what the fuck? Like, who are you? Or Ben Roethlisberger's another guy that I have issues with because I knew him in college. I don't like when people change. That bothers me.
Okay.
That bothers me when they think because they're at a certain status level, all of a sudden and especially when you knew the guy before.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I had a player of mine talk crap to me, and he was with the Chargers, a center, and I was like, "What the fuck?" Like, dude, I knew you when you were fucking watching me in the Rose Bowl. You weren't even on the team yet, and you're acting like you're some big shot, dude. Like, remember, I knew you before you were nothing, buddy. Don't play that with me. But everyone was usually pretty cool. I mean, there wasn't most of the guys, and I wasn't a shit talker unless you talk shit to me. I'll talk it back, but I wasn't going to start. What I would actually do is I would pick guys up, maybe say a little joke. Because again, if they like you, sometimes it's hard to really go to give it your all when you kind of like the guy. You got to have that kind of hate to play it. Like you want to hate that guy to go break his face mask. I mean, you've got to have a reason. Like you got to go and going, I hate this one. Like just look at his stupid fucking socks. This fucking asshole with the, he thinks he's, and you got to pump yourself up to go try to hurt something. I mean, you're not trying to hurt him, but you could. But if you really like the guy, you're gonna watch out for him a little bit. So I would play that role.
Yeah, like Lyle hated everybody that was not wearing the uniform that he was wearing.
And you know what?
Off the field, he was the greatest, nicest guy you would ever want.
And I played with guys like that, where they're like, Stu, not while we're playing, not while they're playing, not during, like after the game we can talk. I'm like, just relax, like Jesus Christ, man. But I remember it was really cool. That rookie year in Indianapolis, I'm lining up for punt, and it was a pretty early on in my career, so I'm especially back at home at Purdue, I'm nervous, and all of a sudden I hear, yo, Stu, hey, 30, and I look up as Cato June. He's like, yo, what's up, man? What's up, swag? He's like, how you doing, man? And he's like having like a normal conversation with me, and I was like, oh shit. I'm like, that's pretty cool. You know what I mean? That was like, he didn't have like this, I gotta be tough and I gotta fucking, spit on you and do this. Like he was, again, being a professional. I was like, oh shit, I respect that. Oh, Vrabel. I hate Vrabel. I didn't like fucking the other line. What was the other linebacker? 54 they had.
Brewski.
Didn't like Brewski. Vrabel. First of all, Ohio State. Fuck. Fucking
I
asshole.
was.
But
Thank God you said it. But yeah,
it was you know, on safe punt where you're in the middle of the field and they keep the defense out there, right? Like the other team keeps the defense out there, and I'm sitting here as the wing, like I'm looking at got Javon Curse, and I'm like, just please don't, like, please take this play off like you're supposed to. You know what I mean? And most of the time it's a sky punt, it's a fair catch. So I'm kind of running down, and out of nowhere, Vrabel comes up and tries to fucking level me. And I'm like, what the fuck? He's like, fuck you, Stu, bitch. And I was like, I didn't even think you knew who I was. And I'm like, first of all, like, usually the white guys kind of look out for each other a little bit because there's not a whole bunch of us out there, right? And I'm like, fuck you, man, you fucking asshole. Like, you're just trying to take me out. Yeah, so he was a prick, but who else did I say? What was the other guy I said?
Brewski.
Brewski. Oh, no, there was another one. Who was it? I said another one, didn't I? Jesus Christ.
You had a couple in succession, so I'm sorry.
John Lynch.
Okay. And actually, I had a conversation that while I was going out this past weekend out to Madeira. A lady, she's a flight attendant. She's a flight attendant, but she was sitting deadhead, so she was like sitting next to me, you know, with the free ticket, and on American, and she's an American flight attendant. She's sitting next to me, and she's telling me that she knows, you know, John Lynch very well. She knows John Gruden very well. And I gave her a card. I said, yeah, well, yeah, anytime you get a chance to talk to these people, say you
pull my name.
Jack. Yeah, pull my name. But and she's like, well, what's going on with the Garoppolo thing? I said, talk to John. He's the guy you need to talk about that shit to.
So again, like I said, if there was a white receiver or a white DB, you didn't usually before the game, you just, hey man, good luck out there. Like you just kind of had just a little respect, you know, and after I would try to go up to John the first couple of times we played him, and he just wanted nothing to do with me. And maybe he didn't even notice, but I felt like it was I don't know why. I don't know why he would. He had no reason to, but that's why then I was like, well, fuck you. And then obviously, you know, I don't like Jamal Anderson. I didn't like remember they had safety, was it Neal or Keel?
Keanu Neal?
No, it was Keel. He played at Texas A&M for San Diego. He actually died, but he got in trouble for transporting that lean stuff.
Yeah, no,
But so a couple times. So for instance, the story with Jamal Anderson, it was a black man trying to scare a white dude, and that was the same thing when I met Keel. Like they see me coming and they think I'm just like and like that is probably the worst thing that you can do is trying to play that card, because that's the thing that'll make me fucking I go irate, because it's just such a disrespectful thing to do, but it happens a lot. It happens a lot. And at an early age, I knew you can't just say anything. You don't show weakness, right? You can't back down, because then they're really not going to respect you. And it could be anybody, but that happened quite a few times where they think that I'm just going to be like this, you know, guy that doesn't really, you know, just I grew up in the suburbs and I had everything and never seen whatever. But like, no, man, I've done more shit than you. I mean, your parents are, just because you have tattoos and dreadlocks doesn't mean you grew up in a bad environment. And unfortunately, some coaches would think that. Fucking asshole Gunther Cunningham did, who I'm glad he's dead. I hated him. There's a guy I hated. Yeah, the list is getting longer here. Steven Jackson.
I said, damn, Stu, this list is getting long. Yeah, so.
I definitely have way more respect and friends than guys that would be like, fuck Stu, you know? I mean, Jamal Anderson, I don't think I had a problem with him. I mean, he was just kind of a trash talker. I don't, you know, kind of a thuggish guy, but pretty much everyone, again, you have respect because you're in that league together, and it's a fraternity. You know what I mean? So you're not trying to maliciously hurt somebody, or like at practice, laying out your own receiver. And that was one thing that
Okay, well, I'm going to ask you about that then. Your thoughts about Romo, and I think it was Marcus Hinton was, I think, the tight end. What were you there for that, or am I?
No, I wasn't. So do you know that I had a certain image in my head, and I said what I said, and I think I might have it wrong. So what happened?
Well, it was in training camp.
Is that practice, right?
At practice, right. Romo and I think it was Marcus Hinton.
It was a tight end. It was like a tight end.
Marcus Hinton, I think is his name. Somebody, and I got enough people here that you can look it up. But Romo and him got into it in practice, and Romo cold cocks him and breaks his orbital bone.
It was his career.
Right, and took him out career-wise. And this is, again, it's very hard to get to the show, as they would say in baseball. You get to the show, you got to respect the people that are there, and that's your teammate as well. Okay, that's fucked up.
It is. I don't respect it whatsoever. It's not a sign of toughness. It's not a sign of this is my. It's you showing how selfish of a human fucking being that you are. How little you care about somebody else. That did he take the guy's helmet off? Or so
I think it would that they got to a point where the helmets were off, and then it came. I might be mistaken because it's kind of hard, especially if you have your hand taped as much as like a defenders would normally be playing linebacker or whatnot. And I know that Romo was kind of taped up. For you to get your hand into a
no, I know the helmet was off. I just didn't know how the helmet got off.
Yeah, Marcus Williams. Okay,
and also,
Marcus.
You know my stance on performance enhancing drugs, and Romanowski was a fucking pharmaceutical fucking. So there you add that into it, and it's your teammate, and I mean what could make you so mad at practice that, I mean, I get, you push each other, but a fight in football is a double. Just knock them out on the field on the next play. Just get them on the next play. You know what I mean? I mean, there's enough opportunities to physically hit somebody. So when I was with the Lions, they drafted Louis Delmas, and there was a swing pass in a drill we were doing in camp, swing pass to a rookie running back. And, and he's doing this, right? And Louis Delmas just comes up and just fucking decleats the guy. And Gunther Cunningham is that's awesome. That's what I'm sitting here thinking, that is a fucking stupid fucking football player. First of all, it's a kid in your draft class. You're this is practice, man. And you're fucking unloading on people on your own fucking team. Like, you're someone that I cannot trust. And with that Clark, I looked at his Wikipedia, and apparently he got famous because when he was a rookie, he actually knocked out in practice a hit and put their third round receiver from that draft class on the injured reserve for like 8 weeks because he just depleted him. I'm like, this is practice, motherfucker. Like, what are you doing?
Well,
you know what I'm saying? Like,
who's this?
This is that Clark, the guy that was doing. Sorry, you didn't. The guy that was interviewing Jamarcus Russell, the guy who played for the Pittsburgh Steelers. The
Ryan Clark.
Yes.
Yes.
He's. I don't like him at all.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to meet him personally, but I did have a belly full of him in the draft when the draft was in Nashville a couple years ago. And and they were doing like a segment for ESPN, and he was playing all I'm look who me, I'm cool, and he looked right at me, looked like I was a fucking thug that just got a weekend pass out of Chino, and I'm
very judgmental, very. I want to, and that's what he was doing, Jamarcus. And this is a guy that This guy went to LSU and he's up there talking about I'm a big brother. But I'm like, you are making yourself feel so much better by highlighting all of the fucking shit that the people are saying. You're not even asking him. You're saying, he said the word bust, you are connected to the word bust. And if I was Jamarcus, I'd say, well, no, yeah, because you're connecting me to it right now. Like, what the fuck, man? You know, as an athlete, that word bust, like he was, but his whole demeanor, I'm like, who does this guy think he fucking is, man? And again, you look out for your own. I mean, not even looking out, but just, I don't know. I just that you treat someone that way because either you think you can or you have the right, because this guy was a number 1 pick and had a 3-year career, and you were a free agent and turned it into a 9-year career. So obviously you are superior to this guy. You know what I mean? And I want to make it known. That's the shit. I'm gonna put my dominance on you like that. Like that's one thing, man. Like usually when I meet people right away, guys, it's how tough they are, how much money they make, and how many girls they fuck. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, dude, first of all, I'm Stuart. You know what I mean? Like none of that shit's important to me. But they think me, big football tough guy, that's what I think that's important. I don't at all. Like that's not the testament of how tough somebody is at all.
They subscribe to the Will Chamberlain. I've had this many and my dick is this long.
I mean, yeah, like that's what it is. You know what? You got a bigger dick than I do. Can we move on? Like your car's got a bigger engine. You're like, I'm not here to prove anything. Like, I just want to have a conversation. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, let's race, dude. Come on, let's race. And I'm like, no, I don't even know. I don't want to. No. And you know what? I can tell you don't know anything about football. I do. I can talk about other things. Like, I don't want to talk about football, to be honest with you. And like, I don't want you to feel like you need to talk football, because obviously I can tell you don't know what you're talking about. So we don't need to do that. You know what I mean? Like you don't have to try to act like you know anything. So what, wait, hold on. So what did we get? Yeah. Yes. So Ryan Clark, I just fucking, sometimes those people get on there and because they have so many followers, they think that they're fucking bigger than they are. And he just seemed like a fucking punk.
Favorite memory as a Raider. I like this one as well. And then I got, you answered this one. I got one more for you.
So, oh God, I mean, obviously the draft, my first interception, intercepting Brett Favre.
Oh, you got the ball, I'm sure.
Intercepting, because I always liked Favre, you know, I mean, he was kind of that tough, rough, you know, he'd been to treatment and fucking, you know what I mean? He was just that fucking guy that I respect, you know what I mean? But yeah, so I picked him off in Lambeau. So I mean, just even in Lambeau, I mean, that's a pretty cool thing. But it's okay. Here's the thing: you know how I like. It's hard for people to give an NFL guy credit. Like even when I show this, they're like, "Well, who didn't pick off Brett Favre?" But I'm like, "Oh yeah, you're right. Sorry. Yep. Yeah, that was that. Just fucking anyone can do that."
I swear, Stu, I never have. So you got me on that. Okay, but I never sacked Brett Favre. I never picked him off. You know, I'm very sorry about that. You know,
so to be honest with you, when you guys give me compliments, it's uncomfortable for me because I'm not used to it really. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's a little like, are you guys being assholes right now, or like, okay, I can enjoy this. Like I've learned to enjoy it because usually it is just negative stuff. So what was it? So memory. So knocking out Tony Gonzalez was pretty cool. That was a good one. Playing for Detroit was kind of cool because I grew up liking, you know, the Thanksgiving game wearing the throwback jersey. You know, the I just always remember watching that Thanksgiving game and having Madden have the turducken and all that stuff. So to be able to play in that game in my home state was cool. One of the cool memories,
like the old, you had the Lions helmets where it was just gray.
Yeah, it was just gray. And well, here, hold on, wait. It was all they do is just take the stickers off of it, but. Where's it at? Here. Wait. I'm coming. Hold on.
Okay, I'm not going anywhere, Stu.
All right. Yeah, here we go. So you know how I like throwback jerseys. So this was the only time I actually got to wear like a real retro, like throwback jersey. So I thought that was really cool. And then there was a I think it was an 06 season. Chuck Pagano had all of us over to his house for dinner, the DBs, and I had my wife and 3 of my high school buddies in town, and they came too. And we had dinner and we drank wine and played this game called LCR, like a little dice game or whatever. And that was a pretty cool, to have my high school friends hanging out with the NFL players at a coach's house, and we're all just having a good time. And there's no arrogance, there's no talk about football, there's no fucking, no bullshit going on. And I thought it was when I was going back to this reunion, I'm thinking you're going to have 150 former players. This is going to be a nightmare. It's going to be such a prima donna, like just, I'm like thinking like just how arrogant some of the players were, going to get all of us around each other. And it was like family. So to go back and to really be part of that and go, wow, like I'm a part of the history of to have my name next to fucking Charles Woodson's and this, and to have legends. They just come up and they go, oh, Stuart, because it has our years. What college did you go to? And everyone was just super fucking like laid back. Because I'm thinking, I didn't win a Super Bowl. I don't have a yellow jacket. I didn't do shit. Like what the fuck these guys don't want to, and it didn't matter. Like that, like everybody was just, and everyone was just having a good time. Like I like when people have a good time and let their hair down and they're not uptight and sitting there and they're having their cocktails and, getting drunk and just enjoying themselves where they're being themselves. And I felt everyone, and that was kind of cool because you're in an environment where we all understand what we're going through. Right. And it's kind of fun to be able to sit with Villapiano or Rod Martin and bitch at the fucking, the guys on the field, like, what the fuck, man? You know what I mean? Just, it's cool that just that the nostalgia of it. And this year, like Jeff Hostetler, and there's a lot of guys that are really coming back, which is cool because, growing up, you're fans of these guys, so it's cool to be able to meet those guys. And I always enjoy seeing Tim Brown. Cause it was really cool. Tim Brown, I remember he came up to me and was like, what's up, Boiler? What's up, Boilermaker? Cause there's that rivalry there. And I was saying, that's pretty cool that he knows who I am. So those are good memories. I mean, a lot of good memories. I mean, just the going over Nami's house and every Thursday him cutting my hair, and then I'd listen to him play the piano. Here's one. I went to. Me and Chrissy were invited by Ray Buchanan, Charles Woodson, Marcus Anderson, and then Ray's wife, Charles's girlfriend, and whatever, to go to Vegas for our bye week. And we went out there, and it was my rookie year, and it was awesome to be brought in, and everything was taken care of. And I'm playing blackjack. I remember Ray called me up and said, "Hey, just want to see how things are going, and we have dinner at this time." And he's like, "Hey, you winning, Stuart?" I'm not a gambler. I was playing the roulette wheel. I'm like, "Yeah, dude, I'm up. He's like, "How much you up?" Like, I'm up $150. And he's like, I'm like, "How you doing?" He's like, "I'm up too." I said, "What do you play?" He said, "Baccarat." I said, "How much are you up?" He said, 89,000. I'm like, "Okay. All right." So thanks for
that. I'll be like, okay, walk away. But then again, for somebody that has, for me, $89,000 would pay the new truck that I'm gonna be getting and the trailer, and then I wouldn't have to worry about it. But for Ray, Ray had several different contracts, played for different teams. So I know the mentality is.
That's one thing I learned to not do is go, what I could have bought with. And I was pretty good with my money, but there were times I'd be dumb shit or whatever, and you go, damn, I could have done this and this. Like, you just got to go, nope, that's gone, man. That shit, that's just. It's gone, baby. That money is gone. Did you enjoy it? Well, then it was. You had fun doing it. Well, then that's all right. It was worth it.
I'm gonna get you off. Not get you off. That's a bad choice of words. I'm going to get you out of here on 2. Okay. A player that you played
for. Eating hookers in the Coliseum.
Yeah, I passed by a few. A player that you played with the Raiders and the Lions that you thought should have gotten more respect or more due. And that's one question. And then the last one will be based upon your thoughts. And again, I know that the AFC West, every team got better. What are your projections for the season? But get to the first one. Guys, a player on the Raiders and the Lions that you played with that should get more due.
Well, I'll say this. There's a guy that I is a really, really good football player, athletically. His temperament, great guy to go out with, nice. His football IQ is out of this moon. Great guy was Ronaldo Hill. You remember Ronaldo Hill?
I remember the name.
Number 22. He's from Detroit, so automatically he went to Michigan State, and I think he's the defensive. He might be the defensive coordinator of the Hold on. He's coaching, but he is a guy that, and I mean, you could probably ask 100 people and no one would probably even remember him. You know what I'm saying? And he had a nice career, but he was so smart, so smart. But he's coaching somewhere anyways. I thought Kirk Morrison was a great player. I don't know if he always gets the respect that he should. Derek Burgess, he's kind of a guy that was forgotten, right? Led the NFL in two years with the sacks.
Yeah, in fact, I got a Burgess Raider Pro Bowl jersey sitting in my closet.
That's awesome. When he made the Pro Bowl, I'd get him Johnny Walker Blue Label every time for him. Justin Fargas was if he didn't have that injury, because his body was all fucked up from that injury his freshman year. I mean, that guy was, you talk about a tough son of a bitch. Because he was built like me, but that sucker he was just so strong, and when you're gonna tackle him, man, it was a fucking collision. It was a fucking collision. Let's see, Detroit wise. Oh, another guy that probably because of injuries, Ronald Curry is a underappreciated.
Well, anybody that played not professional, but the basketball at a level he did at UNC, plus was the quarterback, plus was the wide receiver, plus who made that catch in the snow in Denver.
That was just on a couple of days ago. I was watching it.
Oh, and that's on my the one show that I do.
Unbelievable.
Unfortunately, I can't show it because I get a YouTube strike, but I have like private shows that are not monetized. That is in my opening. That's how my opening ends.
How do you get around that?
Well, I have shows that are just for my channel members that I'm not monetizing, and I'll get a strike on it. And I'll get a strike on it, but I don't give a shit because I'm not monetizing it, and it's the people that are already paid to my channel. So I use those for those programs.
Gotcha. Okay. Sap's football IQ, I think people don't realize he's very, very smart. He is very highly intelligent football wise. He'd make a great coach. So I think that gets underlooked. Gerard Cooper, he got his respect. Chris Carr was a great story. For him to make it, I mean, the odds against him were unbelievable. I mean, a small free agent out of Boise State and turns it into like a 10-year career. Like,
and who you can ever forget the interception to end the game against rapist pervert?
Yep.
And bring it back for that time. I mean, when you say Chris Carr, that's the first thing that comes to mind.
Yep. I don't like Adama Sue. He's a guy, again, I've never met him, so that's kind of judgy, but I didn't like his late hits, and I didn't like how he thinks he's like some fucking Warren Buffett fucking guy. Like, dude, just chill out, man. You're a fucking football player. Just relax, man. Like, you fucking don't take things so serious. But for the Lions, let's see. I mean, Megatron was that guy physically, God-givenly, smart, friendly. That guy was he was at every single summer workout, which a lot of times guys like him, they don't go to the team's workouts, which they don't have team workout anymore anyways. But when he was there, he was winning every sprint, doing every lift. I mean, just a great guy, man. Just a stud. But he gets respect, though. I mean, I guess people give. Josh McCown, his athleticism is crazy. Crazy how athletic that guy is. Which people wouldn't probably think.
Well, but yeah, that he had that fantastic longevity of a career as a plug and play backup quarterback. So yeah,
well, he got in the UFL with me. And like even to make it back out of there, and then he played for like another 6 or 7 years.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff Garcia, even though it was in Omaha, I played with him. Cato June is a guy that was a great player. That I don't think gets the respect. That's a good question, man. That's a good question, man. There's.
Well, that's my question. That's the one that I get. OG has the question of tell us your most wildest story. My question, which I pride myself on, and if anybody else fucking takes it, that's a person here that does shit. I'm gonna say you fucking cheating off the captain. Is somebody that you played with that you think it doesn't get the respect that they deserved, and that's my question. So, and I like that as well. Now
I gotta throw in Amy Trask was awesome, man. I don't think she gets. Well, she gets. I mean, she gets respect, but she is just an awesome person, man. And I mean, for her to do what she did in that field with that team, at her being 5 foot fucking nothing. I mean, you know how much shit she had to fucking put up with. I mean, gosh, I still talked with her. She always responds. Doesn't think she's better than anybody. She's just a really great person. Chuck Pagano. I mean, you said players, but Chuck Pagano's another guy that's just fucking. And that's a guy that never didn't yell, didn't try to belittle you. talked to you as a man and did his work. Because some coaches, if they give you a DVD of games, right, film study, it would literally, what they did is they went into the computer room and just copied the games and just gave you 6 game tapes. And so after a while, you're just sitting there and you don't even know what you're looking at. There's no, like, what
Rhyme or reason as to
yeah,
what
like
they want you to.
this isn't coaching. What
Yeah.
Chuck would do, Chuck would do his homework, go through the film, and he would say, because a bad coach is gonna try to stop every play, right? You can't, right? What you do is you look at it and you form patterns, okay? Like through looking at it, if something happened more than, like, let's say 6 times, so if 6 times they're in this formation, in this part of the field, with this motion, they ran this play. Like, that's a pretty good tendency.
Yeah,
So what
that's analysis. That's what I do.
Yeah, it takes you fucking doing a little work, right? You want to make it easy for us, as easy as you can for a coach to make it as easy for the players, right? And so then what he would do is he'd take about 5 of those plays. And then he'd put them on there and he'd have them back to back to back. And they may not be in the same games, but he has them back to back to back. So also while you're watching it, you start to see it. And also in practice, it just through the repetition and seeing it back to back to back to back, you make that connection. He says, guys, there's about 4 or 5 plays that change the outcome of a game, right? Now, could they not run any of these plays? They could. But this is one of those plays where all of a sudden you're looking at it and you see it and you're through practice, all of a sudden they're like, how the hell did he know that? And that could be one of those plays, right? Instead of trying to watch out for everything, it was like, dude, on those plays, I don't expect you to know every play. Just let the responsibility of the defense, just play the responsibility of it. Just play what the defense is telling you to do and make a play, and we'll be all right. But when you see this, man, we need to, that's the play we need to take advantage of right there. Like, that's our opportunity to have a game-changing moment. But he was the one going through, because he's got more experience, right? So he's going to go, I'm pretty sure through my experience that if we see this is going to happen. Now, we may not, but if we do, be ready for this. And you make it simple, right? You don't overcomplicate things. And he would go, you know what? What do you want? What do you like to do? Do you like to be 10 yards and cover 4? Do you like your left foot up or right foot up? Do it the way you want to do it, right? You're the one out there. Some coaches, they would, no, I want it just like this. And it's like I would think the guy that's out there, you would want him to be the most comfortable that he could be. Put him in a place where he could, if he's not good at something, don't have him do that. So Chuck never had to, there was no arrogance there. He wasn't out to prove anything. He treated everybody with respect. And unfortunately, and those guys are out there, and they're the Belichicks, and they're the guy who coached the Jimmy Johnsons and those guys that have success. But anyways.
Well, because he did coach the Colts, and I think his brother John was the guy that we got to coach the defense when we fired the guy who used to play for the Niners and the Cowboys. That was
Ken Norton.
Yeah, Norton Jr. Yeah, once we fired Norton Jr. under Del Rio, I think it was John Pagano came in here and was our defensive coordinator. That took over and basically simplified the defense. So the defense played better after that.
Did I know Chuck had a brother?
Well, I might have let the cat out of the bag, but yeah, he did have. I'm pretty sure that. Well, let's put it. You know what? I will GTS, which is Google that shit.
I was going to say. I mean, you might be right, but I didn't.
Yeah, John Pagano. Okay. American football coach. Most recently, outside linebackers coach for the Broncos. Siblings, yeah. Chuck Pagano is his brother. So I did have that correct.
Fuck?
Yeah. So I think that I should get the prize because I knew something that Stuart Schweigert didn't know.
I will. But again, right? What did I said? I'm not sure, but some people, I know. And it's like, dude, do you really know though? Because you're going all in, man. You like, do you really like? I'm not gonna be that confident in it, but yeah, I guess I didn't fucking son of a bitch, fucking Chuck, fucking asshole.
Yeah, and John, like I said, John was our he came in as our interim DC when they fired.
Shit.
When they fired.
What's his first name?
John. Yeah, John Pagano.
John Pagano. Oh, okay. Maybe sibling. Oh, it's just okay. So it's just Chuck and him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Huh. The fuck did I know that? I don't know.
I'm just old.
Let me ask you this. Would facing a guy that could maybe juke you out of your shorts or do some athletic play that no one's ever seen and the crowd goes woo, are you more scared of playing him or are you more scared of like a Greg Jones running back or a Mike Allstott, just a guy it's going to be a fucking battle? Which one would you rather play?
I would, and if it was me, based upon what I've heard from people that said they needed to make a business decision, I would want to go with the guy that would juke me out of my shorts, because this way it's not going to incur upon my health. Well, when Earl Campbell is coming at you, and like I said, the people said, I made a business decision. You know, it's like maybe I gave him a little bit of a less of an swing arm tackle because I didn't want to be standing in front of that freight train and going through. You're going to stand in front, like, did you play with Christian Okoye?
No, I think you asked me that. No, I remember him, but no, I did not.
Okay, well, Christian Okoye was that guy. It was like Earl Campbell.
Like if you're going up the sideline, like you better be ready. They're gonna fucking hit your ass.
Right.
So my guys would have been TJ Duckett, Ron Dane,
Ron Dane, yep, out of
Steven
Wisconsin.
Jackson, Reuben Drones, I said, Brandon Jacobs. Those guys were guys that were, Greg Jones was a big boy. Adrian Peterson was one that was a man. That guy was he could make you look. He can hurt you. Like he could make you look really, really bad. But you got to know your stuff. You got to know your opponent. On those big guys, you go full speed, and at the last second, you chop them big bitches out. You don't break down. You don't do none of that because they're not juking. And they're having a forward lean already, and they're just going to fall right now. The jukers, you come up to balance, and they're waiting for you to make a move. You wait for them to make a move, right? A lot of times guys go too fast, and it's just a little tick, and they get out of the way, So it's knowing who you're going up against. I'm trying to think. Willis McGahee was fucking huge. Willis McGahee was a big, big son of a bitch. That guy was huge and good. But see, these guys, I don't know. I'd love to play against like Mike. What's the Henry? What's
the Henry that played for Bama that plays for the Titans.
Yeah, these guys, like they're going at him like this. And I'm thinking that big son of a bitch is just gonna fucking like that. Like you go full and you chop that big motherfucker down because they don't like that shit. That's one position, running backs. I would say this, like, I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they can have a career past 6 or 7 years. I mean, you have guys like me times 11 going full speed and trying to fucking fuck you up, man. I mean, just hitting you everywhere. I don't know how they survive. You know, I don't know how they do it. A guy like Frank Gore, like, what the fuck, dude? Like, that just, you don't see that too often. So,
and I was gonna say Demon Child remembers when we had like Wheatley, the Nigerian Nightmare is Okoye. And for those, like I said,
Wheatley was a favorite of mine. Wheatley was awesome.
And I, unfortunately, guys, no, I'm not doing 5. I'm gonna get Stu out on this. And then
I
Stu
said that in that chat. I feel sorry for the younger guys who didn't get to see the Raiders when they were the most feared. Oh, well, you know what though? They don't need to see it. They should still have. You can have respect for something that if you you know, just watch a couple games or talk to someone. You know, just because they didn't see it doesn't mean that it's an. And I'm saying them. Like I feel like, well, you know, they could do their own research and have a little fucking. Now, so last year was different. There was no communication, like because of COVID. We couldn't really talk to the players. I don't know. Maybe now. Like maybe we'll get to like maybe go in the locker room or afterwards. So there was no like communication. I reached out to some of the guys with no response. You know, they didn't feel like I was maybe they didn't even see it on their social media. You know, they might have so many freaking things, but I don't know. I just know for me, I always appreciate it when someone who's been successful goes out of his way to show that he wants to, you know, help you. You know, like it just any, I mean, just as anything. And how it's amazing. I'm amazed at how many people just, they're good. No, I'm good. I got to figure, well, you got to figure it out. All right. Hey, shit, my fault. Sorry, buddy. Shit. God damn. I'm glad you got things figured out, man. You got this whole thing figured out. But yeah, so
last one, Stu.
Oh, I need to. You know what? Fuck. This reminds me. I asked them for McElroy's number. He's a guy I need to pay homage to.
And actually, I wanted to have Van on our show. So if you do that,
because he used to be a sports agent and he was one of the top 3 when I was picking an agent. He came to my dad's house and everything. I remember he's out of Baylor, right?
Yeah, and he actually went to Uvalde.
What's that?
The school that was shot up, the Robb Elementary School. He's actually from Uvalde, Texas. He's the one that had that push for Mark Davis to give a very large grant to Uvalde after that very horrific event.
See, and you know what? I'm actually mad right now because if I were Van McElroy, I would have probably been thought like, fucker never even fucking tried to reach out to me, man. Son of a bitch. You know what I'm saying? Like I was the first white safety in Oakland, and this son of a bitch doesn't. And I was fucking trying to recruit him. I feel I need to do that. I need to. Was he a hard hitter or what was his style?
Yeah, well, actually, and I'd like to show it to you, but unfortunately, it's buried right now. I have the old no passing zone poster. That was Nike.
Was that poster in Ricky's Sports Bar?
Well, I got it here in my house, but unfortunately, it's
the 4 of them, right? And they're right. Like, yeah,
and it's no passing zone. It's Mike Davis, Lester Hayes, Mike Haynes, and Van McElroy, and I'm looking at it right now, but unfortunately, it's buried behind a bunch of things in my room, and I can't show you. But yeah, I might want to bring it up because you can see some of the other. Like I see your room. And I'd love to, like I said, when you come here, I will show you the studio when you get here.
But that's what you're like when you say, is it, you call it a studio, but it's more of a room, right? Or do you have like sound?
No, it's basically the Raider room.
Have you seen those little self-contained studios that you can buy?
Yeah, but see, I wanted this room to be basically the man cave room that was all Raiders, and it mostly is all Raiders, but there's little spots of other fandom in there, and that's what I got with this room.
I want to say this. So you bring up a good point, right? So you see your memorabilia and stuff that you're proud of, and you show off, right? Like I remember, like I would get shit. Oh, well, going down to like at our old house. Oh, I wonder how much stuff Stu's got up. He's probably got all it. Like I'm thinking, I felt bad for hanging up some stuff, and then I was thinking, here we go. Like, there's people that hang up stuff and have respect for stuff on people they don't even know, and I'm getting shit for hanging up awards that I won. Right. You know what I'm saying? And one of the reasons I have this stuff up is so that my kids or my kids' friends might go, What's that? Like, I mean, my son's already done it. Dad, what's that? Well, that's a Rose Bowl jersey, son. And I go back to Hutchinson, you know, the one that was drafted by the Lions.
Mm-hmm.
And he talked about this. He said, I remember when Aiden was a little boy and I had my Michigan Rose Bowl jersey up in my office. And he said, Dad, what's that? I said, that's a Rose Bowl jersey. He said, how do I get one? And that little thing there, just that, how do I get something like that? Well, son, this is how you do it, right? And he said that day he took that jersey and put it in his room and he looked at that jersey every day. And that was a goal of his that turned him into, now obviously there's God-given ability, but just it establishes that respect. And it's I always like to go around to universities and look up, because if there's a picture of somebody, obviously but someone did something out of the ordinary, and I want to know what it is, to know what it takes to have your own picture, something like that. So I always like to hang things up, and plus to it brings, I guess, you know, I'm at that age now where it does bring back some memories and feelings, and, you know, where you kind of do get transported. Oh, this is cool. Check this out. I need to get this framed. Look at this. Freddie, Jack, and the snake.
Nice.
No, yeah, that's a snake, right?
Yep.
And then look at these, what I found. You'll appreciate these. It's the old like team pictures. I need to get them framed though, like so like retro, like just like, you know what I mean? I remember, like, I have all my years, but looking at these things, dude, like, oh God. But again, you look at this and you think of the NFL and you think of all of just the that goes into it, and the famous people and just everything. And then just you look at some of the stuff that goes on inside those doors, and it would blow your mind. I mean, the more I was involved in it, the less I knew how to understand how things happen. It just didn't make any sense to me how like this just doesn't make any sense. I remember one time Al Davis, we were all kind of in the foyer area on the front of the facility, and you could see the parking lot, and he comes up behind, he goes, hey. I'm like, yeah, what's up, Mr. Davis? Did you see that parking lot out there? I said, yeah. Did you see all those cars out there? I said, yeah. He goes, those are all my cars. I'm like, I didn't, my car's out there. That's not, he's like, I own all those cars. And I was like, okay, yeah, okay. Like but I didn't know what to, I was like, wow.
You're right. You didn't know like what your proper response should have been.
I was like, like, again, just like, hey, just so you know. So sometimes it was just like, you didn't know, like, I mean, he knew his shit, but obviously you got to let your coaches coach. And I think the staff that's in here is going to, they're going to be allowed to do it the way that they want. And I feel like you could see a method to their madness with the draft and with free agency. Like, they're bringing in guys that correlated to what they said their style of football is, right? Like, I'm going, okay, I can, like, there's a thought process going here. Sometimes it's like guys are just pulling shit out of their ass. Like, what are we doing here? Like, why would we get this guy? And that doesn't make any sense in what you talked about we wanted to do. But I think everything I saw, man, like, I think I like everything they've done so far, man. I just everything that's going on. Oh, the whole fucking. I tell you one thing, the guy that I just cannot stand is fucking the quarterback, asshole from San Francisco who had a workout with us.
Oh, okay, yeah, Kaepernick.
Like I was just like, why are you? Because I had heard that there was a rumor that they were going to sign him, bring him in for camp, release him, and then hire him as like the minority director or something like that. And then when I heard Mark talk about him, I'm like, Mark, don't give this guy credit, man. This guy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Everything he says, there's no research behind it. He's just someone that's looking for attention. Like, don't add fuel to the fire and like tell this guy get him out of here, dude. Like, no. I don't want anything to do with that guy. So did we miss any other? Let's see. Were there any players you tried to tackle and was surprised at their ability to break tackles? Again, Ronnie Brown, Reuben Drones, those guys were. Clinton Porras was a big guy, but they could break. They were there. Oh, Dante Hall, he was a shifty son of a bitch. Amon Green was a guy that was tough.
I actually got a cheesehead signed by him when I was up in Green Bay.
So I played with him in Omaha and with the Nighthawks. He's from Omaha and he's a big track guy. And good dude. Very into Batman. Like he thinks he's like Batman, like how Brian Dawkins thinks he's Wolverine or whatever. Like kind of weird. I guess I think I'm the Predator sometimes when I was younger, I guess, but they take it kind of to a different level. Let's see. Where were they? Any players you tried? Okay. I just want to make sure I trash talked Darius Slay at a Raiders and Lions joint training camp game.
Yeah, I saw that one as well.
How about Terry McDaniel? He's the guy I want to connect with because he's a Saginaw guy.
Well, like I said, anybody that you know is always welcome here with us.
Yeah, I think I want to try to promote players getting and kind of breaking through and getting comfortable with, because again, this is such a controlled environment. And 2 years ago, if you told me that us having this conversation would be the same as if we were in the same room, I'd go, no, I need to fuck you. I need to shake this man's hand. But when I get done talking here, this to me is like you're here.
Mm-hmm.
And I get the same satisfaction of, okay, I've talked to somebody other than my 4 children and my wife, which is good, and if anything does get crazy, you can just sign off, right? You don't have to worry about.
I would at least have the courtesy to tell you beforehand.
Well, I'm just saying, like, you can drink a little. You're not driving anywhere. There's no chance of physical. There's no chance of you making any real stupid decisions. So it's awesome that I'm able to do this. It's just I just have a hard time just being consistent with it. You know what I mean? I have not committed to being, because I do want to be a little more consistent. Have a little bit more structure, because I think our content's great, because I'll watch some of these other guys and I'm like, why is anyone watching this? Some of these other streams, and I'm like, we have like potential. It's just, there's just, I need to like go into it, but then I don't want it to be where it is work. Cause now I don't feel like I have to do it. So it's fun when I do it. You know what I mean? And I apologize too about last week. God damn.
Hey, I still, like I said, scheduling difficulties happen to everybody, so that's no worries there. And you're
Hey, I appreciate you padding my stats on that, but guys, I actually fell asleep early that night, and because I was doing a sleep study during the week, so I just completely it went out of my head. I just completely forgot about it. So it was completely my fault, but I appreciate you giving me the
but it was a scheduling difficulty.
but so
it was a scheduling difficulty.
So get this, me and my brain, I sat here yesterday for 45 minutes because I thought it was yesterday. And I'm like, where is this guy at, dude? I'm like, fuck. I'm like, did I miss it again? I'm like, oh no. And I'm like, wait, is it tomorrow? I'm like, okay, good. All right. I was freaking out, dude. I was like, oh no, I screwed him again, man. That's why everything I do is always in the moment. I might want to say like, yeah, I'll definitely do it. Then all of a sudden, when the day comes, my mood's completely different, and I'm like, oh no, I don't want to do it. You know what I mean? I hate committing to this stuff. I hate it, but that's why I'm always like, you do it. You just tell me when it is, because if you leave it up to me, I'll do it. Hey, let's go right now. You know what I mean? Like it's gonna be one of those deals where I'm in the mood to do it. And because here's the other thing too, if I'm not in the mood or I'm not feeling, a little manic or whatever, I don't want to come on here in a bad mood and give shitty. It could be someone's first impression of me, and I'm not in the right state of mind to do this, and it could ruin their image of me or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So again, like I always looked at it, if I can't do it to my best of my ability, I'm just not going to do it.
Well, you have a stand. I say this to a couple different people. Like I said it to like John Kingdon, and he has a standing invite. People that have it, because I'm going to be on with my shows, and if you want to come in, even if you don't want to come in on camera, you can always come in.
Well, yeah, and that's what I just want you to know. I'm going to come in. I'm going to watch and give my stuff, and like I said, I didn't want to. Because if I come in, then I didn't want it. It's his show, you know what I'm saying, and I didn't want it to be.
Okay. That's great, and like we said, with your gentleman friend that unfortunately wasn't on tonight, you can say, hey, we'll have a show.
I think you guys are a good introduction into this platform. You know what I mean? Like,
right?
Like you guys are a good what do they call it? Gateway drug. Like, I don't want to bring them in on a, an 8-person panel where people have been like, this is a good.
And right. And that is why when I do shows, I don't like to have more than 3 people on screen at a time, because then you lose the bubble and people talk over each other.
Ronaldo Hill is DC of the Chargers.
Yep. That's what people were saying. And people will give me the information that I need as well. And if I said, hey, what was his name? And if I don't get it, somebody that will, like I said, I had it wrong. It was Marcus Robinson, who was the tight end, not Marcus Hinton, who played tight end for the Colts. But I had Marcus in my mind. So I knew I was close there.
This is a good question. Sebastian said, he said, what if Sue was a Raider, Stu? Like, so it was one of those deals where, like, actually, well, if he was playing for us, I probably wouldn't mind it too much. You know what I'm saying? Like, if he's out there and, if he's making plays, I didn't like how he took it upon himself to, hurt someone that could end their career. That's always, that you don't want to do that. Stu, your prediction for prediction. I hate, guys, I suck at predictions. I'm never good at them.
Well, I'll make it easier for you then. Okay.
Oh, you asked me something about the AFC West, didn't you?
Right. I said, because I do a show, and by the way, you're welcome to pop in on that as well. Every Wednesday I do a show. It's the Wild Wild West, and there's 4 guys on it, and we all have our teams, and we talk each week about the AFC West. Okay.
Wait, sorry. What'd you say? Who are the guys?
Well, it's there's a Broncos fan, which is
See,
Richie
I
Ray.
encourage more guys to do that.
Right, and we have Coach Defense is for the Chargers, Alex is for the Chiefs, Richie Rich is for the Broncos, and I'm the old fuck for the Raiders. And we have a quad show, and we just talk about the AFC West. Now, that's going to be on Wednesdays, every Wednesday, and then during the season, I'm going to be on with Violator and Ref Guru. And by the way, you have been invited to that.
I don't know if I know Ref Guru, do I've never heard that name, have I? Or
well, Ref Guru is a gentleman by the name of David Grant, who actually was a NFL official. And we do a show every Wednesday where we talk about the week's past and a week's future for all around the NFL. And you have been cordially invited to that because a Violator said, hey, we got to get him on NFL.
Can we watch any film or no?
Sir?
Can we watch any film or no?
As far as what? I mean,
like as far as like, I know they said that the NFL Network had that. If you subscribe to it, you could actually show it and like, you know.
Oh,
like,
well, this is NFL Nation Live, so it's not NFL Network.
But I know that, but there was something to where it was called where it was, you know, they just cut out all the commercials and stuff, and it was just the plays. But they said if you paid for it, you could show it on your stream, and I could make comments and stuff on it.
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
But yeah, you're like I said, I'll get with you on that because Violator said that he'd like to have you on for that show.
Does Violator have a show
with us? Yes,
but he doesn't have one by himself.
No.
Okay.
But yeah,
NFL Game Pass. Yeah, that was okay.
Yeah,
because I see guys though. I see. Okay, all right. Sorry, finish what you're saying.
I was saying I don't have that. I mean, I have the Sunday Ticket, which by the way, this is the last year for DirecTV having it.
Really?
Yeah, it'll be a streaming service next year. Who will have it? I don't know. But DirecTV, and I've had DirecTV for over 20 years just because of the Sunday Ticket. And now I got to think about, well, do I really need to keep DirecTV because they don't have the Sunday Ticket anymore? And I put like over like $3.5 bills a month.
You know what? I haven't watched like TV in like 3 years. It's all I just do it YouTube.
Well, I do it because I need to keep up on what's going on sports wise. So when I do the shows, it's legit.
No, I mean, so what I do is I have the people, the content creators that I trust, and I go to them for the news. You know what I mean? Like I have different guys for different things, like world news, NFL news, this, and I get it from the YouTube channels.
I like to pick. I mean, I can pick and choose, but to be honest, when it comes to content creators for Raiders, I don't want to watch anybody that's on because I don't want them to say that I stole their shit.
Oh, well, I always, if I do take, I mean, I will say I was watching this and I saw this or he said this. I do try to give that, but
yeah, if I have the same thought as somebody else, it's because we actually literally had the same thought, and I didn't gank them from anybody. And I can attest.
I really want your opinion on the Jamarcus Russell thing, man. When you get a chance, I'd
have to listen to the interview.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I think you would. I think you would. I'm surprised that you took someone else's opinion, man.
No. I didn't take their opinion. Is that I had very limited time, and I was like, "Am I going to watch this or not?"
Oh.
And I read the excerpts about what was said, and the way it was portrayed was a "woe is me." It was everybody else's fault but mine, and I didn't. And it's like, and it was. I'm not gonna. I could have been. Oh, and the one thing it was stated that somebody told me is that if you're going to call me a bust, you better call me the greatest fucking bust in the world. You know, and that was a quote.
Yeah, but again, like, here's the thing that people got to like. Fucking that fucking guy was a fucking asshole for even bringing up that question, especially the way that he had. You know what? Hold on, just 1 sec. Hold on.
Well, if it's Ryan Clark, you mean that's the source. That just says it all right there.
No, but I want you to it's just, I'm like, this fucking guy. And then afterwards he's going, oh, it's so I'm just so happy to see you smile. It's just amazing. And I'm like, this guy, like, what the fuck?
He's full of shit.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't do that. I did not do that. Stu, come back. Stu. I did not kick Stu out of the studio. Maybe well, Stu's got I don't know what happened. Hang on. I'm gonna text Stu. Oh, I'm trying to get Stu. There we go, Stu. I'm calling Stu. Wow, it's almost 2:00 here on the East Coast. I don't know what happened.
I'm sorry, the person you were trying to reach has a voicemail box that has not been
Okay,
set up yet.
well,
Please try your call.
he's not in. Okay, so I'm going to send him a message. I'm going to say, in fact, I do a voice. Hey, Stu, I don't know what happened, but you dropped. So I just wanted to make sure that you knew. I said I didn't push any buttons. I didn't kick you out of the studio, and I'm giving this to you. And I'm actually still on right now, so I'm recording this, so everybody can figure out what's going on. So I will get back with you, sir. In fact, I wanted to get back with you after the show because I was going to talk with you a little bit after the show. So get with me, and we'll talk again as well. But good talking to you as well, sir. Thanks for your time, and yeah, I definitely need to do some talking with you as well. So take care. It's Captain Jack. Thank you so much for being here, sir. Okay, so that's the you guys heard the message. It is almost 2:00 in the morning. And I literally, that's 2:00 East Coast, and I got to be up to do my job in the morning. So I don't know what happened. Let me see how many people we got. We still got 15. We got 15. 15 to, let me see here, about another 7 over on OG's channel. Got other people here. Thank you for watching. We're doing out, and take care of yourselves. Thank you for joining us on Chronicles of the Black Hole. We had Stuart Schweigert on for, let's call it, about 5 hours. And so that the very, very substantial interview with Stu Schweigert, and hopefully we'll get a chance to rap at him again. So take care of yourselves, and we'll see you on the next show. Thanks again there, Alejandro. Appreciate that. Remember, if you are not subscribed to my show, which is on my show, which is the Captain Jack channel. If you're not subscribed, subscribe to Chronicles of the Black Hole, which is the channel that OG has. And remember to go see Stuart Schweigert. Stuart Schweigert has his own YouTube show. So I don't know what happened to Stu, but remember when earlier today I thought I was whacked out from the studio. I didn't do anything. My hands were right up here. So again, have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow. Actually, technically today, later on today for the Wild Wild West show. It'll be at 7:30 Eastern, 7:30 p.m. Eastern, 7:30 p.m. Eastern on my channel, the Captain Jack channel. And then Thursday night on my channel, it'll be 9:00 Eastern. It's an interview with I guess this is the week of the safeties, because Lonnie Young, who played safety for the Jets, the Chargers, and the Cardinals, will be in here for an interview talking to him. And we'll talk to him about his career and the fact that he was a scout for the Ravens, so worked alongside Ozzie Newsome and building up those great teams that they had there. Thanks again, James Ruiz. Appreciate that. Everybody that was here, thank you for being here. We'll see you next time. Take care of yourselves, and we'll see you for the next show. Be well.